My name is Scott Burns, co-chair of the Budget Appropriations Committee. Committee members shall introduce themselves, and then other council reps, and then folks from the city, starting with my co-chair.
I'm Ernie Newton, co-chair, 139th District.
Councilman Richard Ortiz, committee member.
Jeanette Herron, committee member.
Councilman Cruz, not a committee member.
Councilwoman Martinez, not committee.
Amy Marie Rizzo Nietzsche, 134th Councilwoman and Budget Appropriations Committee member.
Maria Vajen, not a committee member.
And Frank.
But shows up to everything.
Frank Magneri, OPM Director.
Kathleen Brickett, OPM.
I wonder.
Clayton Carnes, legislative intern.
Ashley Aguilera, Director of Legislative Services.
Constance
Vickers, WG staff.
All right, very good. So this morning, what we've got two departments that are going to present. One being essentially ours, legislative services. Ashley Aguilera will be speaking on that, and then OPM. Director Frank Magneri is here to speak on it. We need to complete the capital budget today. Ernie and I had a little sidebar with Frank earlier this week to kind of work on some language and things like that. So we'll do what we need to do on that today, because that needs to be voted on by Monday at our full council meeting. It'll be a addendum to the agenda. And I would like to get at least some work done on proposed changes for the full budget. I'll say more about that later, but that's what we got today. So, I guess we'll, unless you want to say something, or anybody else? Okay. All right, then we'll turn it to Ashley, and we'll, does everybody get the document?
You
Or
got the exhibit it.
Wait, do you have one? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll exhibit Office of Legislative Services, FY 2026 budget as 05
Yep.
01
3.
Three.
03, oops, 2025-A. Second, Amy Marie.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. All right, Ashley, take it away.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So just a brief background, in 2022, the council approved a resolution and an ordinance amendment called the Empowered City Council Act, which allowed for the council to have their own staff members. Fiscal year 2023 is when we all budgeted for a staffer, and then July 2024 is when I was hired. So this presentation is just an overview of everything that we've been working on since you all had a staffer. All right. So some things we're going to go through today are going to be the office budget and expenditures. We're going to go over some output indicators that we produced throughout the budget, and then I initiated a proposal for the expansion of the office to provide more support services for the council. So our current organizational chart, we have our legislative intern, who's here today, Cody. He reports to the legislative director, myself, and I, as the director, report to the full city council. We've had our intern here for about 3 months now, so Cody was onboarded and hired in late January of this year. And looking at our current expenditures, this data was taken from our current munis clerk, which is Mike Boyer, who is in the city clerk's office. Some things to note: we are almost at capacity on office supplies, so we're budgeted for 2,000. We're about 1,900 and some change, and food services, that's almost at capacity as well. And then, as you can see, we're just about 70% used through our current budget that's allocated. So the ask today, you will see a large increase in personnel services, and that I just want to hold off on questions related to that until we get to the proposal of the expansion of the office. But other asks, I've heard requests from council members who want a cost of living adjustment, so that's reflected there. Membership registration fees, these would really be for when the director or staffers go on conferences or registering for different activities. That's just a larger jump than what we have allocated, which is $188. Office supplies, we are now a fully functioning office, so we kind of need to reflect that in our budget so that we're able to meet the needs of the office and for the council. And food services is also increased as it's clear that we're almost at capacity there, and this would just be to provide more food services for the council essentially. So looking at everything that our office has produced, I've been categorizing everything that I've been doing since the hiring in July. So this data collected reflects the total of assignments from the director and from our intern from July until March 2025. So as we could see, the data shows that a lot of our assignments are reflected in tasks related to legislative research. So searching up ordinances and current state statutes, drafting policy memos, legislation drafting would be helping out the council with drafting ordinances and resolutions to be presented to the full council. And a large portion as well is allocated to communication. So that would be drafting letters on behalf of the council, maintaining our current rep page, which basically requires videotaping our council members, publishing that on our websites to get more visibility to the public. And really the rest of the tasks that we've been assigned have just been administrative related tasks. So forwarding information to city council, for example, a city department would send me information and ask me to disseminate to the council. I would send it out to you all, and that's just a way of communication for you all to send it out to your constituents. As many of you know, when I got here, I started working on something called the Legislative Internship Program. And this kind of is to reflect, similar to what the state currently does. So the state program is what I did in my undergraduate, and it was really a great experience to learn about public policy. And I wanted to reflect that on the municipal level. So I created this program, and the process was working with HR and IT departments to get it fully implemented. We started getting applications rolling in, and the council was invited to be at the interview sessions that we've had, as you all remember, in the winter, and after that we chose the most qualified candidate, which is sitting in the room with us today. So the chart here shows everything that Cody's been doing since February, because in January he was hired, but he was really learning how the council works, the election process, things like that. So it wasn't until February that I started giving him assignments. And everything that I've given him have mainly been related to public policy tasks. So drafting legislation, writing policy memos. So as you can see, within 2 months he's written about 3 of them, a couple different drafts of ordinances and resolutions. And the data here shows that Cody only works 2 days a week, about 7.5 hours. So this is 16 hours a week worth of work within 2 months. All right, so since being here, I kind of initiated an expansion plan for the office. And everything that we're gonna go through here today is really reflected on the Empowered City Council Act, which I printed out a copy of in your packet here so you all can review. So before we get started, I do want to touch on something called professional legislatures. And this concept was created by an academic named Alan Rosenthal on the state level, but the same applies to municipal legislative bodies. So as you can see, the more staff we have, the heavier schedule a legislative body has, the more professional you are. And by professional, that means the ability to produce more policy-making decisions and be more informed to make policy. In the original resolution of the Empowered City Council Act, it stated that the mayor's office the executive branch has more support than the council does, and that still stands true today because you all just have one person for 20 people. So if we're comparing ourselves to other cities, we can see we would classify ourselves as an amateur legislature because we have evening committee meetings and you only have one staffer to support the council. so therefore we're amateur. Comparing ourselves to New Haven, which is similar in size, they have the same schedule we do. They meet in the evenings, but they have 10 staff members in their office of legislative services doing several different tasks. New York City is another one that I compared to because they are the largest city in New York, and we are the similar concept here. We're the largest city in Connecticut. So their council is classified as full-time, paid $148,000, but they meet in the day and the evening. On top of that, each member of the city council in New York City can have their own staff team. So one council member can have a chief of staff, a director of communications, budget analyst, all that. And as the largest city in Connecticut, we should strive towards being like New Haven, which is a support-intensive legislature, to provide more support to the council. Looking at New York City, actually, the number of employees that the city council has rounds off to about 700 employees total. Compared to the mayor's office in New York City, it's about 1,000. So there's a co-equal branch working over there in New York City. So the vision that we want to see for our office really is 6 total staffers on payroll. So we'll have the legislative director, we'll have a legislative analyst, communications coordinator, constituent services coordinator, a fiscal analyst, and an administrative assistant. And then finally, we'll continue the legislative internship program to cater to college students and what they are looking for to progress in their careers. When we have the specific duties of each are outlined more detailed in the proposal that's in your packets, but these positions will essentially be hired throughout three fiscal years in phases. So for the next year, this year, the ask is 2 more positions, a legislative analyst and a communications coordinator. The data shows that at least half of the assignments assigned to the office came from legislative research related tasks and communications related tasks. So this legislative analyst position would provide support to all the committees of the city council, as well as provide regular attendance at the ordinance committees for clerical support and other research related tasks at the ordinance committee level. Other tasks we could start implementing under the legislative analyst is creating a council legislation report after every legislative session. So currently the city clerk's office doesn't keep track of how many resolutions and ordinances were passed within the legislative session. That's something we could start implementing in our office here. We could also track legislation on the state level or federal level that may impact Bridgeport as well. And something that I started implementing as requested is something called an ordinance summary that you've all seen for Councilman Cruz's ordinances that were submitted a couple weeks ago. For the communications coordinator, we could start handling social media sites because the only one we have right now is our Rept webpage, which is underutilized mainly because I have so many different assignments from all of you. A citywide newsletter is also something we could start implementing. So this would highlight council legislative updates, any events going on in the city, and this would go out to all of our constituents. And really just connect to the public on some council initiatives. Going on to some of the assignments that we've worked on in this office, we've drafted resolutions, and we've also drafted policy memos. So the positive in adding a legislative analyst would be faster response time for assignments. So Councilman Newton, you remember a couple months ago you asked for a policy memo for boards and commissions around the state, right? Do you remember how long it took to get that information?
It's a long time.
It took about 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, that's long enough.
Right, so if we have someone specifically just focusing on research, the response time would be much faster, and you all would be able to start your projects even much sooner than you'd like to, compared to just one person. Something else we started, on the left-hand side, you'll see something called an ordinance summary, and this is simply a plain language summary of ordinances that are submitted. As of now, we've only been doing this as requested, which the first person who did was Councilman Cruz and Councilman Melendez for their ordinances they submitted. But this is something I'd like to start implementing. If I have someone dedicated to legislative research, we could start submitting plain language summaries to the council whenever any ordinance is submitted or legislation submitted to the council. And this is an idea that I actually took from New York City's council. Whenever any legislation is submitted, they have this there, available to the public and available to council members. And this is also similar to what the state legislature does for their representative senators, called a shortened bill analysis. On the right-hand side, you'll see the major research project that our office conducted was a synthesized report of the police department staffing study. So we took the 200-page report of the police department staffing study and shortened it to 30 pages for you all to read. Just read through in a shortened version, and it could be available, and is available to the public as well if they're not able to read the full 200-page report. For communications related assignments, we've only worked on a handful of press releases, but with someone for communications, we could start doing more in case someone wants to publicize an event they want to work on different assignments. Oh, okay. All right, so on the right-hand side, you'll see this poster that I created, a poster of the map with the pictures of the council members, and this is kind of something that we can start taking out to the public when we're tabling at events. People can look at the map, see where they live, and see who their council member is as well. Next, you'll see the rep webpage, and actually, in your packet, I also attached the rep data points that came from the rep company. So there's a growing trend of the council needing to be in the public face more. So our current watch rate, completed watch rate on the website is 80%. So 80% of people who watch the videos watch it all the way through. And the video engagement that we have, responses on the videos that are already up there, we have a 91% positive rating on those. And then 21,000 total engagements from our website. So this is the number of people who went in there, clicked, either asked a question, watched the video, things like that. And the internship flyer, these are for advertising for the internship. I essentially sent it out to college advisors, political science departments. This is just a way for the council to get more visibility. So in the first year, when we have 2 dedicated staffers for legislative research and communications, what we can then start doing is implementing constituent services. So we could start having town hall meetings in all our districts, facilitating and tabling community events for more council visibility. We could also host a campaign to engage the community to learn the legislative process. So learning how ordinances go through committee, go through the council, go through all of that. And also a shared email inbox for residents to ask the office any issues they have, complaints. What's not mentioned here is also what we'll be working on this year is the implementation of certain ordinances. So for example, the Walk of Honor is something we'll start implementing this year, which will need more support to get that information out there to our constituents, to learn what different ordinances and legislation is being passed by the council. Second year phase, when we have data points related to constituent services, so the number of people who are contacting the office, categorizing the issues, analyzing the response time to resolve constituent issues, that would justify the need for a constituent services coordinator to actually have someone handling constituent issues. So they would act as a liaison between the city and the resident, and this would provide support to council members who work in the day who are not able to meet with their constituents. They could come to the office as a second hand. Something we'd also be able to do is track trending issues in the city. So for example, if we have 100 residents who are in the North End contacting the office saying, there's a lot of flooding in the North End, we would know the North End has flooding. That would also highlight and prioritize what your needs will be in the council, what you need to focus on for your constituents. Currently, I've only received about 3 constituent cases and issues that we've been working on, but with more support and additional support, we can have more with the council needs. Finally, in the last year, we could have a fiscal analyst, really to provide support to the Budget and Appropriations Committee on our own. We'd also be able to coordinate budget workshops with the council to reach the public. So this is something similar to what New Haven currently does during their budget season. And we'd also be able to start tracking the state budget and the state legislation that are passed to assess that impact on Bridgeport. Also, drafting a fiscal note whenever legislation is proposed, that would also be important for the information to have more information on how that legislation might impact the city. And an administrative assistant would be the last position required just for general record keeping in the office and facilitating meetings between council members, city departments, and overall just maintenance of supplies in the city council suite and the council chambers. So this is where the high number for personnel and services comes in. in the first couple slides we saw. The ask would be the legislative analyst and the communications coordinator. Then next year, we'll see an additional position for the constituent services coordinator, and then the third year would be the fiscal analyst and an administrative assistant. And this shows the total of how much it would be for our office. And as of now, just an average, I put 3% raise for all of them, but we could start implementing evaluations to assess performance in our office. And these salaries come from similar positions in the New Haven Office of Legislative Services, and just an average of what other similar positions are found in our current city budget. So the goal here, going back to the Empowered City Council Act, is to reach a support-intensive legislation for the council. We want to provide more support to the council. So to end, all the data that's been collected shows a need for more support. One person really can't do the job of 5 or 6 people. And to strengthen good governments and better serve the public and the council, this is really what would be, this is really what the ask is. So I'm here asking for the council to support the initiative to expand the office, provide more support to the council. And I'll take any questions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ashley. Nice job.
Let them know.
Yeah, so in the interim, since Ashley started, I just want to acknowledge that we have also had committee member Fred Hodges join us, Council President Nieves, Councilwoman Spell. Anybody else? Not everybody else is here. So,
Councilman from, I think he's a councilman, right?
So this gentleman who just entered here is really my mentor, the Director of Legislative Services in the City of New Haven. And
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Al. This is the person who I've really received a lot of guidance in creating this plan and how to provide more support for the council. So I think it means a lot that you could join, Al.
Mr. Lucas, would you want to just introduce yourself to the committee,
Oh,
please?
sure.
Thank you for
My
being
pleasure.
here.
So my name is Al Lucas. As Ashley said, I am the Director of Legislative Services for the New Haven Board of Aldermen. Been doing that since before a lot of y'all were born. Started at that position in 1998. We've been working for them since 1990. So just, here to be a resource for you. Many of you have called over the years, and we're happy to help wherever we can.
Good, okay. And just, I'm co-chair Scott Burns and co-chair Ernest Newton.
Yes.
And variety of committee and other council
Yeah,
members,
yeah.
so thank you for being here. So on that, do we have questions for Ashley? Ernie?
More of a statement than a question,
Yeah.
and I've said this from day one. We've really never been an equal branch of government. Never. And the reason we've never been an equal branch of government is because we've never been giving the manpower, like the mayor has. His aides, they don't work, they don't do anything for the council. They do it for the mayor. They're press people. Never would write anything for us to get out to the public because they work for the mayor. The council did a good job by starting it. If we're ever gonna be an equal branch of government, we gotta build it. And I think Ashley has done a great job as a one-person team. I can tell you this is probably better than most reports and things putting together for proposals than our city attorney's office. And the next step, should we approve some of it, the next step is to get our own city attorney, our own legal person. Because it's very important. And I would just ask you all, let's continue building the independence that you all, everybody say we're a co-equal branch of government. You all did the budget. Look how many staff people you got. We got 1.5. The part-timer,
Wait.
Just one, because he's
we got
only-
one.
Oh, you go part-time?
Okay, we just got one.
Sorry.
Okay? So I would hope that we would support this, and then we can move on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilman Martinez?
Okay. I wanna thank Ashley because she has worked on a lot of my ordinances. I mean, I drive her crazy with a lot of different things that I have her researching, and she has been very effective in doing so. But I also wanna add on that, currently under our charter revision, what was currently discussed and asked with changes to be made to cut council members down to one per district. So I'm saying that to say that we're implementing a lot of funds in the legislative budget, but if that charter revision passes and they do cut each district to one council member, what's the purpose of needing all this staff? It's just I'm throwing it out there, I don't wanna answer, it's just thoughts of ahead of the game, okay? My other thing is that an effective leader in your district, we shouldn't need to bother Ashley to put out so much of what we, the elected officials that our constituents elected in the community, should be doing. So an effective leader will cover all of what Ashley has detailed, and yes, she is covering a lot of it, cause I do see a lot of elected officials giving her a lot of work to do. So, I'm saying that to say that OPM has cut and is trying to maintain a balanced budget. So we're cutting other departments, but at the same token, we're adding other positions and we're adding other bodies, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. Not saying that we don't need the supportive services in our department, because we do, but again, an effective leader, an effective council member in your district should be able to fulfill what needs to be fulfilled without bringing it on to this office. We also have another legislative aide or staff member that is getting paid for what? Everybody sends out the same thing via email. There's 4 individuals in that office that send us different types of emails and different types of information. So are we just making up positions just to support individuals who need jobs, or do we truly need all these individuals in departments to fulfill things that we as elected officials should be fulfilling? And Ashley, kudos to you for bringing up the 2020 ordinance on the Council Act, because I have to tell you, when I came on the council in 2013, I haven't seen that thing been enforced or even mentioned at any budget meeting. So, congratulations to you for doing your homework on the things that you are so far knowledgeable of in this legislative office. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Newton.
I don't disagree on some of the things that my council partner said, but you gotta understand something. Just like the legislature up in Hartford, people got jobs, they work. It's a part-time, supposed to be part-time council really. That in order for us to begin to do certain things, you gotta have some manpower to do it. When I was in Hartford, I had a staff person, I had research people, I had everything at my disposal to do my job. Nobody sitting in here, maybe other than Councilwoman Martinez, are able to put a press release together, put it together, get it out to your constituents. So when you really think about it, if we're ever going to be equal branch of government, then you need the staff to do it. And there's some things that 90% of the council people that get on the council, first of all, they don't even have a clue how to be a council person. Think about that. When we go to the legislature, they roll out the red carpet to at least show us this is the role, responsibility, So if you want to stay in the dark ages, and the city council has been in the dark ages for a long, long time. And the only way you can come out of the dark ages is that you've got to have a staff, have a department that people really realize, wow, the city council You know, they got staff, they got people to do the work for them. So if we can expand other departments, you gotta take a home, charity begins at home. And I hear everybody that say to me, we're an equal branch of government. Show me. Show me where we're an equal branch of government. When I look at the mayor's budget, he got staff people for everything. City council don't have staff people for jack. Because the city clerk's office's job is not to provide the kind of services that they provide for us. That's not their role, and it's never been their role since my years in the 80s. This is the 21st century. We're still in the Stone Age. So that's your determination, but if it comes before us, I would hope we would expand on what we started, if it's not but with one person. And then gradually you add on, just like we do with all these departments that come before us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, Councilman. So in this order, we'll go excuse me. Well, first of all, acknowledge Reverend Lee is here, and I think I saw Michelle Lyons join us, so thank you. Yeah, so in order, we'll go Councilwoman Herron, Councilman Cruz, Councilwoman Spell.
Thank you, Scott. Ashley, I've given you one thing and you handled it right away, which I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Frank, were you given this legislative budget at any point in time?
No.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I just want to thank Ashley for the outstanding work that you have been doing, and for the addition of Cody. Greatly appreciate you guys. With the volume of work that is requested from you, you have been doing an outstanding job. You know. But one thing that I will never accept is cutting the council from 20 to 10. That is the most insane idea that I ever heard for the largest city of Bridgeport. I'm the largest city in the state. I don't call Ashley for the volume of calls that I do. I handle my calls. And Denise, we handle. We don't want my constituents to be calling her that way, because she needs to focus the most important thing. And that is the legislative duty that she and Cody has to do for the council, and the overall duty that she needs to do. I don't agree with this 10 membership. It is the most insane, ridiculous idea, whoever came up with it. And pay, I got a job. I'm not gonna quit my job. That I still got at least 5 more years to work before I can even think about retiring for a position to be a council. This is volunteer. All I get is a miserable stipend, and that's what I work with. What you should do is raise the stipend, as far as I'm concerned, to $25,000. You know, and leave the council as is. 2 people for each district, because I handle a lot of volume. Just today, this morning, to you, Mr. Chair, I got called from your district. And vice versa, I get called from Dasha's district. I get called from Ortiz's district, Valla's district. I get calls from all over. Not every day, but I get calls. Because many constituents don't know it. When I tell them, I'm not the council of that district. Let me give you the number. As I did today as an example with you, Councilman Burns. But now, I do agree that if that is what Ashley feels that this office needs, the expansion, I think we should go ahead and support it. I will be supporting that expansion, but I will not be supporting no reduction in the council membership. Thank you.
Councilman Cruz, just so you're clear, any change in council membership is a charter issue, it's not a budget issue, so.
I
Yeah,
hope
okay. So that's,
they ain't drinking.
in a way, a different discussion, but, you know, Councilwoman Martinez's point is well taken.
Okay, man, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Quickly. Now, the charter revision, are we gonna be able to speak to those members?
Yes, but we'll,
There's gonna be a schedule that I
Well,
can voice my concern to
you've
them
gotten
about
multiple
this?
emails from them too,
There's an
so.
email for that,
Yeah.
sorry, through the
Yeah.
chair, that you received this
Yeah.
last week
Yeah.
from the,
Okay.
2 co-chairs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go to committee member Rizzo Panicia and then Councilwoman Spell.
I did mention this prior to this budget presentation today, what Councilman Cruz was saying. the stipend increase, would be the best policy to go through. Again, because many of us are working, many of us are in different tax brackets, and many of us are in retirement, stages or going, so that would affect a lot of issues there. So I don't think, I think we have a long way to go for salary, but if we raise the stipend and make it more accessible to the council and have a better
One at a time,
record keeping,
please.
that would be great. So I think on the budget side, we would need to review that.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Spell?
Ashley, your presentation. Love it. Sorry I came in halfway through. In regards to, I'm a freshman council, right? Came in, wet behind the ears. If you read some of the different narratives that are on social media and only in Bridgeport, even what some of us say, we're in the past. It is 2025. We have to start moving forward. We have to start thinking this government is a business. And at the end of the day, you need support staff, especially because there is an abundance of us, an abundance of personalities, an abundance of needs. This is not an overnight, we're gonna do this all at one time. It's a step ladder. And I think it's a great concept. The money situation, I know, right now, we have question marks across the board about everything. And we can't afford to provide everything. But also, and I'm gonna throw it out here right now, so there's no elephant in the room, take it how you feel. Our counterpart, Councilwoman said it the other night during one of the hearings. Last year, we gave and we approved through the contracts raises for a lot of managers, supervisors, and directors. And then they turn around and they want additional raises this year. Maria, yes, I'm using your comment from the other night. So how is that okay? You just got, some of them $30,000. The other night I sat there and I calculated from $5, $10, $15, $20 to $30,000 additional raises. But we talk about we don't have no money for education and we don't have no money for our own office. That is a problem. So we have to start thinking smart. And you know what? It's about time people start getting to realize that this council is not a joke and we about business. That's all I have to say.
Very good. Councilwoman Vite?
Oh, my turn? I just something.
No, go
That
ahead.
was too
Go ahead.
fast.
Oh, are you ready?
I think so. I've been thinking, you know, again, I am grateful that we've, you know, hired Ashley because she has been she's exceptional, she is unique. I just have to say that my big toe is hurting and I need to go see a doctor. And just those 4 words, she knows how to put a letter together and send it out to whoever it is that I need to direct it to. That is how unique she is, and she has done it for me. As a leader in my community, I do certain things on my own. I just throw it out there. I CC everybody and their mom. I even included our Pope, our Holy Pope in that thread that I send out because somebody has to listen. The other thing I would like to remind you, or remind us, when we try to get the legislative person in our budget and in this office, guess what? Some of us sitting right here turned it down, worked against what was being proposed. So look at how long it's taken. It's our own fault that it has taken this long. In terms of, and I know that perhaps, I know Jeanette just asked Mr. Frank here about this, I guess this this was not given to him? Well, it boggling. If it wasn't presented to him, well, it is now. And I hope that he can really look at this and allow for whatever is being proposed, that it's somehow fitted in here. And if I said before, and you know it, and if you don't know it, you're gonna know. How is it that the mayor's office had somebody double dipping, working for the Board of Ed and working for the city of Bridgeport, earning money? Whether it was legal, illegal, I don't know. The bottom line is that it was happening. And all this money that was spent on this individual's salary could have been used for something more productive and helpful to us, okay? And there are other, the individual, well, I better not. Yes.
There's the title.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or department head.
But anyway, thank you, Ashley, for your work that you have done. And again, Mr. Frank, find some money, find something that will allow for this proposal to be included.
Councilman
I
Martinez?
just wanna say that, I'm not against Ashley's, proposal. I'm being transparent. What I'm saying is if we bring this here, which we do need it because this is our legislative department, let's eliminate what we have in the background. Without saying any names, if everything's gonna filter out of this office, it'll cut back on what we have filtering elsewhere. And that's all. I'm in favor of what, like I said, since she's been here,
That's right.
she has done more than for one person.
That's right.
So, to Maria Valle's point, she is more than excellent in what she does. But what I'm saying is, we can't have two budgets, two different areas, and so many people dipping in the cookie jar. So, I just wanted to clear, I am in favor of, yes, you implementing your whole department, because it's running effectively, but definitely not in favor of two different areas.
I got you.
Yep.
It's your turn.
Okay. Just a couple thoughts.
Michelle.
Oh, Michelle?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was
I didn't
late,
see.
but
That's fine.
can you just, not a long thing, because I
Yeah.
don't want to hold you up. What is the proposal for the
Is that
legislative
the?
office? I just got
Yeah.
it.
The upshot is Ashley has proposed an increase of
Okay.
building out the city council staff over a 3-year time
You'll
span.
find that in the last packet.
And she included some of the justification and
Okay.
rationales for that.
Okay.
Okay, so, couple thoughts. First of all, do you want to speak first? Okay. Ashley has done a tremendous job. I'm very happy we were able to hire local. So that's, we often talk about it, and we did it. So that's a good thing. And your presentation is excellent and well-reasoned, and that's helpful. One point on stipends, I'll just remind everyone, that's not for us, it's constituent services. So keep that in mind, if we're considering more or whatever. And we are in a very, very tight budget. Ashley's done a great job in her role. I know she's helped me personally with the rep platform, taking off some of the time and work off of that. And by the way, that's been very successful. Ashley pointed out some of the details. The more we can use that, I think the more we literally get our faces and voices out there. So it's pretty easy to do, and, hit me up, hit Ashley up, either way. I know it's a little bit off topic. And as far as expanding, I think we can and should. I mean, one thought I would like is to, make clear a line for legal services. Maybe not necessarily attorney at this point, but maybe a line for legal services that, we can very clearly fall back on and outsource. And then, we've used a financial advisor in the past, same thing. Maybe we can use that as a service. And maybe if we don't add a full-time person here this year, at least put in some funds to hire interns who could be paid or, outsourced. So, I do think we need to step up, and we're getting there. We're getting there. But, there's a lot on all our plates, whether we work or don't work. There's a lot on our plates, and we want to be the best representatives for our people that we can be. So, well, Heidi, you want to, she had her hand up first. So we'll go Heidi, and then Amy Marie, and then maybe we'll just have Mr. Lucas speak a little bit about his thoughts.
I just want to start with the fact that we did the Empowered City Council Act in 2020. So the Empowered City Council Act actually was part of the.
Well, it was passed in
2022. We started in 2020,
Okay.
and it was passed in 2022. And actually, the original resolution, and I just want to give some history on it, was brought forward by Tyler Mack and myself, and we're inviting a couple of other people, because it was given to us in a different form from Jen Now. That was one of the things that they asked for us to do. And we literally rewrote it a lot to more, and cut a lot of the other things out, which we are working towards. And this is the beginning of the framework, even though we were already trying to hire someone as far back as 2019, in 2020. So I just want to say that every time the council goes to a trip and hears what other municipalities are servicing their legislative body with, there's a complaint to the mayor's office. When we began the process to hire, we sat in the same room, and I'm going to say it, that a council member said, I don't want to because I heard it's going to be your sister, Heidi. And it was voted down by at least 8 people that are still sitting in this room. So I just gonna name that. And then the other thing is that was something that we were trying to do on our own. And it took the Empowered City Council Act to finally formalize it to make us take an action. So, to grow out the office, and the reason why Frank didn't get this, Councilwoman Herron, is because I spoke with the mayor and Tom when the budget was being written, and I said that I needed some time to sit with Ashley, and work out how we were gonna draw out the plan of the vision of the office. And at the same time, she was doing the internship program, so it was a lot, and I wasn't ready because we were working on that. And she was just taking over rep with Scott, and we were also launching the charter revision, so there are a lot of moving parts all at the same time happening. And I'm sorry if everybody didn't realize that was happening, but it was happening. And we are in a unique department because, as the mayor told me, it's you present what you want to present, Heidi. You don't have to give me your budget because you guys decide what you guys want. So basically, he said I didn't have to hand it in to Frank, just to clarify. And I gave Ashley the go-ahead, and she had to get the performance indicators, and I just want to say that I made sure, and we've been working on this for about a month, we've been hounding me down for about a month to get this done, and she's done a great job at it, and I know that there are still council members who don't work with her and still call Mike to get their things done. So, and I'm sorry, the city clerk's office, our clerk, and he works half the time for us. He doesn't work the full time for us. And he's mostly our munis clerk. That individual mostly does the munis work. He's the one who's been doing the contractual stuff for us, which Ashley has been coordinating with him on, and then that office has given him more responsibility to do on their side. And if we remember correctly, that individual was put in that position because this office was dismantled and didn't have a legislative director. So it's just a clerk, and the individual still does clerk stuff. And the city clerk's office is not gonna be, incorporated into the city council's legislative office because that has to be done by charter. So that would be a whole charter recreation. I don't think that's gonna happen right now. Just to clarify. And then I feel like everybody's gaslighting on the staffing. Don't gaslight. We're gaslighting ourselves as a legislative body. We're gaslighting ourselves due to personality and personal conflict. And that is what's hurting our constituency. Because if you look at it, every council member doesn't really have a lot of time if you work a full-time job. I worked a full-time job. We have people who were council members that were business members said they will never serve on the council because they lost about $20,000 of personal income. I remember when I used to work, I lost at least $10,000 worth of overtime money that I can calculate that I didn't make in a year. So there is an impact and there's a need. There's a need because now information has to process and flow faster. And people want instantaneous Facebook gratification on resolutions to city governance. If we're not seeing that, you need to see what former Councilwoman Melendez is saying, that we're all corrupt and we don't do anything. You know, and that's what they're talking about. It's like, and the data points don't speak to that. If you look at our data points of what this office has produced, that our constituency don't see. The data point speaks to the work that we're doing. Just now, the ordinance that Councilwoman Martinez passed on the hookah, on the social club, that was a joint effort between PD, the city council, the ordinance committee, and health.
And nobody knows it.
And nobody knows the work that we're doing, but it's happening. The numbers speak for itself. And the way Ashley has set it up, if you look at the legislative services vision, like one is the legislative analyst, the communications, it's chronologically to where the services we've been asking to get done according to our data points and the work that's being done in this office, that's what she's done. And it's purposely done that way. And to Scott's point, the fiscal analyst, yes, we do need a fiscal analyst, because Scott Burns and Ernie Newton are not gonna be here all year. So my proposal on the fiscal analyst is that we continue to do what we are doing, outside contracting, but we begin the outside contracting in December. So what would in essence be a part-time position, to begin to fiscally analyze from July, the new fiscal year, July to December, that's half the fiscal year, then to begin the projections to help the council for budgetary. And this will change the way we delegate our budget and also work with the delegation and the mayor's office on what our priorities are every time the legislature starts. That's my proposal on the fiscal analyst. On the legislative analyst, there are a lot of laws that come into place. If we pay attention to cannabis right now, we're getting cannabis funds, but we haven't created the cannabis ordinance to do the cannabis allocations. That is something that legislative analysts can work on. That is the work. And to do the rep, I just want to give everybody a little history lesson. When Councilman Burns and I started talking about rep, we were working on this ourselves, and it took us at least 3 to 4 months to get it all nuts and bolts together. So it took, the processes in government is long, and this office supports those things. And when council people are frustrated, Maria and Amy Marie have been working on the work of honor for 3 years. And that was before Ashley, and finally there's a place where things live. And what we continue to do as a council is to put things forward, ordinances forward, and we don't have the support to have the follow through of that. And that's what a legislative analyst is able to do. And I agree, we should do the legislative analyst, continue with the services. We right now have we do have a line for contracted services. We can increase that for attorney, and we did pass an ordinance ourselves that when we want to ask for outside legal services, we do have the money allocated there. But I want to remind everyone that right now the legal services we are going to be paying for is for the part of the attorney that we're encumbering for the Charter Revision Commission, because also that comes out of our budget. So that is something that we need to, if people didn't know it, that's how it works. The city attorney's paying half, we gotta pay the other half for the consultant, because there are things that we have to encumber. The videotaping comes out of our budget, the Charter Revision videotaping is coming out of our budget. So, those are the things that, you kinda don't see happening in the framework, but those are the things that are happening. So to grow out the office, it should be incremental by the needs of where the council people are. And that is why Ashley has proposed it this way. The need right now is more legislative assistance and outward facing service. I'm gonna say that there are still people that haven't done their bios, and that was her first project, and she made meeting to meeting, still not up on our bio page. She's asked people to come in, and I told everybody in caucus, we should be using the rep for things that you're doing. You can do your own video, and she could just edit it for you and put it up there. I mean, that, if we're up at 97%, 80% for something that at first the city I hate to say that the administration, people in the administration didn't want us to do, because they didn't think it was gonna be successful, and it's very successful.
is.
People like it.
And it's ours.
And
It's
and
ours.
it's us,
That's
and
right.
we run it. So, I mean, and we
Alright.
see, if we put enough videos out there, our communications will be better. So, my proposal is, sorry Scott, is that we do the legislative, analysts. We allocate more funding to make sure that we have enough for legal services, and implement the plan to have probably, I wanted to say a part-time communications person, but, I know that's a far stretch, but if we had paid interns, that could be a paid intern position. Put that in as a 0.5, and then, keep the money in place for both the legal and the budgetary person, because we don't know who's gonna be on budget next year. So it's just with the budget. That's it, that's all I got, that's
All
my
right.
proposal.
I'm gonna go to, Emery had her hand up first, then we'll go to Councilwoman Lee and Anita. You're good. Okay.
All right, thank you. We talked about, interns for our department, which is, I think would be a great asset. Other departments throughout the whole city of Bridgeport are finding out that they're paying their interns. So I think that's, there should be no question from any level of the administration, saying you can't have it, or you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. We have to stand up and say, no, this is what we're doing. So I think we should find it to also, put it in a budget to pay, and find out what the prevailing rate is for interns on the jobs that they're doing, for this department. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Reverend Lee?
She was gonna respond.
I'm
Oh,
one of the,
actually, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Ashley,
I
you
just have
wanted
a
to?
question. Do you know what departments are
Yeah,
paying their
sorry.
interns?
It was just said the other night, I forgot what it was. I'll have to recheck my, memory bank, but I'll get back to everyone on that
Okay.
on Wednesday.
Okay, you good?
Hold it.
Okay.
Do you all know? Oh, the light, yeah, that's probably the one, the only one that, it's probably the lighthouse. I think they're probably the only ones.
No, none higher in the administration too.
Oh, do they?
There's a few. I mean, do you know?
I could get a list, I don't know off the top.
Okay.
City attorneys is the only one that has interns right now, and social services.
Yeah.
But they're not paid, they're.
Right, I didn't think they were paid.
Well, let's,
No, legal department is being paid.
Yeah, I know the legal, but
Yeah.
not the ones that we brought up. But I didn't know that legal had
They
interns.
get paid, cause I would pick them up in my, when I do all the
Right,
salaries,
right.
I'd pick those people up,
Right.
so.
They did mention that that night,
the interns, yeah.
right?
All
They're being
right, well,
paid.
let's
We'll
follow.
find
We
out,
can find
yeah.
out. Yep. Okay, sorry, Reverend Lee, go ahead.
oh, that's okay. I'm one of those that, didn't turn in their bio. And, I'm
You
very
both.
careful, and I don't know the reason why I have to give one. I don't trust Bridgeport. And I'm very careful about who I give my information out to, because of the fact that Bridgeport have a tendency of using what you give them later on when they have something against you. It's not that I don't trust Ashley, it's just that I don't trust Bridgeport, period. So I won't be turning in unless the court tells me to turn my bio in. I will not be doing it. And it's nothing against Ashley, And I feel like no one should have a complaint against Ashley. And I'm not saying that you do now. I'm just saying if you want to use her, you use her. If you don't, you don't. It's simple as that. I'm very careful about a lot of stuff, and I guess it's my age that do that. And it don't have anything to do with the council, you know what I mean? But I won't be doing that unless I'm forced to do it. And I told Ashley, I told you, didn't I? Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, and that's it. Another thing is that I asked Ralph, because I keep hearing that the council have, and I don't care even if I was the mayor or Scott was the mayor, I'll feel the same way. You never can tell Scott what the Lord has planned for you. I just believe that there have to be a difference between Scott's office as mayor and the council. You're not on the same level. I asked Ralph, I said, I'm confused because we cannot run the council like the mayor, like Scott run his office. You know what I mean? Because he looking at the whole city. You know, we looking at district and whatever the case might be. You know, if you run, if the mayor not running, I'll vote for you, okay? The fact of the matter is that, you know, anything that have two heads is the farm. So, you know, we have to get our thing, you know, the mayor have, you know, the mayor have 6 black cats and we should have 6 black cats too. No, no, it's a difference there somewhere. That's all I have to say about the bio. That was my favorite thing. And I explained when I don't agree with something or I don't want to do something, I have the respect enough to tell Ashley that I'm not going to do it. She called me the other day about something. And I said, no, I don't want to take part in that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit there and you know, and go against her because, you know, she had to do a job and she just like everybody else. She want to do her job. So that's it. So that's all I have to say about that. Now I'm going to get me something to eat, okay?
Thank you.
You bet. Careful, the camera's over there. So, Mr. Lucas, again, we appreciate you making the trip here. Just want to hear if you have any thoughts or perspectives of, you know, what you've just heard and what you've gleaned from Ashley over the years and the rest of us who've, you know, touched base now and then.
Sure. Well, one thing that I have learned about working with legislators for a long time is as staff, we don't say anything. That's what we do, unless we're asked, right? What I will say to add on, just from the conversation that you all have been having, which is a conversation that I've heard various councils in Bridgeport have over the years, because every time it comes up, they call us. And so the various iterations of the council over the years have come and visited us in New Haven and, you know, talked about different ways to get this done over the years. Is that there's 2 things. One, every other major city in the state has staff. Different sizes, different. Stanford has them, Hartford has them, New Haven has them. And so it's clear that there's definitely a need on the legislative side for there to be staff. The second piece that I'll say, just the piece that I think is important for you all also understand about the value added, is what we do a lot of, is we do a lot of training with our council. So it's not just the legislative piece and it's not just helping out the constituent service piece, but it's also bringing the training back from wherever we go. So I know there's a big delegation from Bridgeport that goes to NLC. The volume of information that comes out of NLC that is valuable back at home is immense. And it's way too much work for a counselor to be doing. You actually need real people who can dedicate to do that. And so one of the things that's been very helpful for us as a staff has been able to sort of siphon through that. We get calls when they're at NLC. This time when they were in Tampa, they were all excited about a water taxi. So we're working on a water taxi proposal in Naples, so y'all. But at any rate, but we're doing that as staff, right? So you all come up with great ideas. Some of them never see the light of day. We work on them behind the scenes. Sometimes they never get proposed, right? There's probably more things that I've worked on that never saw the light of day than actually did. But you get to do that without having to worry about any of the politics associated with it, because you have independent staff working for it. So just in terms of value added, and just so you're on peers, I know there's a lot of talk here about peer in terms of the city and different branches of government, but just in terms of being peers with your other cities, Stanford, Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, everybody's got staff. And it's, you know, again, it's different. I've been working with New Britain lately. They're about to build out theirs as well. So that's probably all I have to say. I'll be around if you all have any individual questions. But again, we learn very clearly as staff, we don't talk. We just do the work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. Any, no?
That's good.
Okay. All right. Again, I just want to thank Ashley for giving us some quite a bit of information to think about and chew on, and we'll try to see what decisions we come with. But
I
Mr.
just want to
Hodges?
say, yeah, I
Yep.
do support her, and she has always, anything that I asked her for, especially when I met with the police commissioner, she gave me a lot of data that I needed for the tent windows, and I'm definitely supportive of her. Since she came in, I remember people were saying they didn't want her, we didn't need her, but evidently we definitely need her and to move forward, and whether I'm on this council or not, there's a lot of things in this city, I'll be honest with you, that I really don't like. You know, and I always look at myself as the odd man out, because there's things that's done here that it's not, to me, that it gets to the constituents the way it should. And with her being in here and bringing out the legislative analysis with a person like me that is a councilman for dummies, I need somebody like that. You know what I mean? To get certain words out into the community, because I'm more of a community advocate than a politician. And with having her on board, she helps me a lot. You know, so if we can get one and use some interns, I'm all for it. But to get none, I ain't for it. And there's a lot of other things. And the one thing about me, I know numbers. I might not know all them numbers, but I see a lot of damn stuff in here that is what they call fat, that needs to be trimmed, from people's salaries and all this other stuff that's really hurting the city and moving forward. And some of the projects that need to be done in here, man. So and if I get my way, and sooner or later, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm here, I'm definitely fighting for it. That's all I want to say. I appreciate everything you have been doing.
All right, thank you. And Amy Marie's gonna have a final word on this
Thank
topic.
you. Just to piggyback with Councilman Hodges, you mentioned you have interest in making cuts in, and you see things that need to be cut. We have two co-chairs. If you can get that information to them, they can work on them, get answers. So at the next meeting, we have it, because we are still on a time crunch, and that's why we need to do this. So it's been like, you know, if we have any, and that goes for everybody, and myself included, if we have any concerns or proposals to make cuts or decreases, to send it to the co-chairs so they can research with the department heads to bring that information back to the council's budget appropriations committee to work on, and then we can see if it's feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. McNary, you're not an observer anymore. No, not that you've been an observer, but.
Oh, you're up to that?
Remember, he's new. Through this, just a reminder, 'cause I did mention to you, and to Ivy a couple weeks ago too, and yesterday, I do have to leave at 11:30.
I know.
But if the meeting goes past 1:30 to 2 o'clock, let me know, text me,
Yeah.
and I'll come back, because I'll
Okay.
be in the area, but
All
I
right.
have
We'll see
to
where
leave,
we are.
so I apologize.
I know, I understand.
But I do know I have questions on the capital, but, well,
Thanks, sir. Can I, two, please? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Anything particular?
Our museum?
Yeah, that's on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always make sure there's more than what
I
was
mean,
proposed for that, thing.
It
but-
needs, I haven't seen that myself, so.
Yeah, I
but
just
we've-
got
we've
it now,
discussed
so I
it
can
like
look
crazy,
into
so,
it.
Yeah. All right, Jeanette, you wanna do your magic?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I will exhibit Office of
You wanna
Policy
exhibit this
and
too,
Management,
this is the
OPM,
capital.
fiscal year
if you wanna just roll into
2026
it. Yeah.
as 0503 2025-B.
Second, Amy Marie?
All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman?
Fred?
Okay.
Well,
I,
Are you in favor?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Or she's eating,
I'm
I
gonna
forgive her.
exhibit the
Yeah,
capital
let's
plan.
move on to the capital proposal as well.
The resolutions too.
Okay, I am exhibiting this big long paper that you're gonna be getting. I guess
Oh,
Office of
Yeah,
Policy and
it's not
Management,
ahead of time.
2026 to dash 30.
sorry.
5-year capital plan. I'm doing this as 0503 2025C.
Second, Amy Marie?
And it says on the plan, it says Exhibit A, but this is Exhibit C.
Right.
Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So that is also adopted as an item. I've got a teacher here to my left, and I'm a retired teacher myself, so, you know, don't get all carried away with, I need one more. I always do. with looking at, confused, sorry. Don't get carried away on the capital plan just yet. Please give Mr. Magneri your full attention. Yes, yeah. No,
Go
Hey.
ahead. Hit me with your best shot.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'll stand up so it's you get a clear target.
Okay.
That's you to go first.
All right, what, oh, we're right there, 137, 138. Okay, yeah, Frank, go ahead, thank you.
Yeah, so, you know, just, first of all, I just wanna say thank you to Kathleen. She's here, first day I got in, she has a ton of institutional knowledge, and she's been extremely helpful, but also to my whole staff, there's a lot of effort that goes into the book, putting everything together, answering questions, so Tamara, Lamide, and Maria, I think they deserve recognition because I wouldn't be able to do the whole budget without them. So, you know, the presentation really goes over the changes in my budget, so I'll just go through the presentation. So the first thing I'll start off with is an organizational chart. So we have a director, yours truly, an executive assistant, a project manager, which is a supervisory role, and then 3 budget and policy analysts. And so one of the things that I've outlined here, and it's one of my goals, is to have the policy analysts focus on portfolios that I call them, or areas of spending. So for example, for public facilities, all things encompassing public facilities, I would have one analyst really familiar with their budget. Same thing for general government, finance divisions, health and social services, that would have one analyst attributed to it. And then public safety divisions, this is the vacant analyst. But right now I'm hiring, I have one vacancy, and I'm hiring for that position to go and really to be targeted towards police for right now, because I think that they need some help with their fiscal services, and I think it's been talked about. So it's really going to be geared towards them. So that's just a brief overview on the organizational chart. Like I said, I want people to be experts in their area of funding, so we get answers quicker and we're more efficient. I did put my mission statement here. I won't read it, but the gist of it is that I think over the years, you know, OPM has become like the budget office, right? And if you read what the OPM is tasked to do, I think it's more than that. So one of the things I'm trying to focus on is giving departments more tools to help them be more self-sufficient, right? Sometimes departments will come to me with like $10,000 requests, right, that they can probably cover, right? So really providing them training and being a resource to them is one of the things I think the office should be doing, as well as looking at their requests and, you know, determining if there's a rate of return on them and where the value is. As we know in government, right, everything is in dollars and cents. There's social value and other values that are hard to quantify. But usually when departments have been coming to me for things, right, and even with their requests, right, I ask everybody, come to me with something on paper so I could look at what you're planning. Because if you don't tell me, if you can't show me what you're planning in the tight fiscal straits that we are, then I can't support giving more money, right? I have to see a plan. So that's just on the mission statement. Personnel changes for the budget. So I removed a part-time clerical assistant from my budget. I determined that wasn't really needed, so there's some savings there. Now, last year in the budget, there were 3 budget and policy analysts listed, but 2 of them were budget and policy analysts, and 1 of them was an OPM analyst. And the OPM analyst is actually paid at a lower rate, and I think historically that has been to get an entry-level person and then maybe bump them up to a budget and policy analyst. What I'm really looking for the vacant budget and policy analyst position is someone who can hit the ground running, a self-starter that could go in day one for, you know, like in the public safety divisions, and start to get to the bottom of some of their issues. And to do that, I need to offer you know, I feel like I need to offer more to get that kind of candidate, but the way I'm helping pay for it is for the savings for the part-time. You know, and it's less of a decrease than the salary that I'm saving for the clerical assistant. So that really goes over the personnel changes that I have. If we keep going to the next change, now this is not just my office, but I've heard you guys talking about, you know, people getting these big raises, and I thought it would be good just to show mechanically how the salaries work in the budget with the contracts. So, and especially for BCSA and unaffiliated employees, right? So, what I did was I used a budget policy analyst as an example to show you how the real increase, right, as opposed to the increase in the budget, isn't always the same, and it's not to hide anything from anybody. It's just the way that we budget. So I'm on the salary changes slide, right? So last year there was a vacant budget policy analyst position at step 1. They were paid $85,000. The salary was $85,840. At the time the budget was presented, right, the contract was expired. But had the contract been current, that salary in the book would have been actually $91,067. So you have a difference of what's being shown. This is for FY25. You have a difference of what's being shown in the book for FY25 versus if their budget contract was current, what their salary would be, and that's $5,227, right? Now, where does that $5,227 sit? Because we do budget it. Where it is budgeted is in the required reserve account, which is also something that the office calculates a number for. And that required reserve account is essentially right for cost of living adjustments for contracts, right? So that's where the money lives. And the reason why we budget it that way is because if a contract is expired, the general thought is you don't want to show your hand, right? I may have in my required reserve account 3.5%, right? But I don't want a union or someone I'm negotiating with to know how much I'm willing to settle for. So that's why we budget it that way, and that's how I can say many municipalities do it. So now you come to FY26, right? So now in FY26, I had somebody in the budget last year who was being paid who was budgeted for $85,840, right? Now the contract settled. So now the contract is reflecting the current salary tables in the contract. So now, right, the budget's going to show $95,276. And that's where you get to the bottom of my slide, which shows if you take that's going to show $9,436 change, but if the contract had been settled, it would only be $4,200 of a change. So that's why in the budget you will see some salaries, you know, you would see $9,400, but in actuality the real cost is $4,200.
Could I just
interject
sure. One point? Just so, you know, to further clarify. The change from 85,840 to 91,067 is because it actually factors in, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 years of increases.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
not sure that
Right, it's too
spelled out. So
It's
it's
2
2 years of
years, yeah.
increase, and then you add in 26, so it's essentially a third year of
Yes.
increase.
And you're
you add a
seeing
step.
in the budget all at once, right? So
Sorry.
that's why it becomes tricky. And this is a conversation I had with the Fairfield Board of Finance, because this would always come up, right? This is something that everybody always wants to know about because it's not perfect, but it is the way we show it. And as I said, you know, if there's a specific question about any one person or any one position, I should say, I can always answer that. So that really goes over that. I'll wait till questions till the end.
Can I ask this before we move on? And why don't you change the system to show the 3 years instead of, because when I look at this,
Yeah.
and Scott brought it out, you mentioned 2, but it's actually 3 years that this is in effect. So I would hope that maybe next time if it happens, at least we'll know
Yeah,
and don't have to guess, because if I just look at this and you explain it to me,
yeah,
I'd be like, how are they gonna get this kind of raise?
yeah,
But it's because it's a 3-year raise period, so
Yeah.
if you make it more easier for us,
Yeah.
that would be much easier.
So I think the way it would show in the budget is, like I said, kind of the way it has to be shown, just
Oh,
because
you don't want.
because I don't want them to
I
see
got
it.
you.
But I could have this conversation at the beginning of the process.
Right.
Right, or I could have this slide, and I can always recap it at the beginning
I got
of
you.
the process.
All right, as long as we know.
So that would be that. So the next page is just the discretionary line item changes. I tried to zero base it as best as I could. A lot of these are for training and professional development. I'm very big on that. I'm very big on GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. They offer a lot of trainings and a lot of support. For example, you'll see in here some of the costs in here are estimates for what is called director level credentials. That is, I started pursuing my CPA about 2 years ago. And so I had to go get additional coursework in accountancy, and then I had to take the CPA exams. So I passed all those exams, so that's all done. I can't say I'm a CPA yet. I still have to sign off on professional experience. So I have to go through the application process. So very clear, I'm not a CPA yet. I passed all the exams. But I do expect that I will be next year, and if you are, you need to take a certain amount of continuing education credits to keep that credential.
Congratulations
So-
on your salary. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I did my
We had
homework on
cake.
you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, Maria.
So, and that's what's great about the GFOA, right? They gave me a very scholarship that I would say was life-changing to me, because I wouldn't have been able to do that, right? And I want my staff to know that's there, because I started doing the in-person trainings that I talked about, and then I went through them with that. So I want my staff to have that availability. And I just wanted to lay out like I said, everything, just to be very forthcoming about what's in here. And then that's really it. I just included a thank you slide as we go through the process to everybody involved. Mayor, his office, I've been very supported when I came in, and I really appreciate that. And I can say truly that, as we go through this budget, you hear about a lot of requests, and, things don't get funded. But every municipality I've worked for, I always see all the great things about the municipality. And I see so much, when I walk down in Bridgeport, walking out of this government center, I see so much potential for the city. And I really love I think it's got so much going for it, and I really love to, I'd like to be a part of that. So, that's all I have to say. I could go in questions on this, or we could go to the capital plan.
You're gonna get questions here first.
Okay, all right.
All right, we'll go to Councilman Newton, and then Councilman Herron, and then Councilman Martinez. Oh, okay.
I've been very big on evaluations. And that's something that this city doesn't do. And when I look at salaries, people making salaries in 95s and $100,000s of dollars, I'm more concerned with evaluations. Have you set up a process to make sure that you evaluate your staff to see if they're meeting the goals of your department?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So actually, one of the things, when I first got here, we were talking about vacancies. And so one of the things that I wanted to set up was the ability to run more frequent vacancy reports. And I can say that we're in very good shape for that. So to that end, right, I'm working on a reconciliation sheet, right, that I'm laying out all the instructions for the analysts. So I don't have to be the one to do it only, right? So the analysts are gonna have this sheet that they can work on with instructions, and I'm gonna give them a deadline, right? You have 10 days by the 10th day of each month, you have to go through and reconcile all the positions to make sure that like nobody's being paid, you know, like there's not a position that wasn't budgeted for that's being paid. And that's how I want to start to roll out the evaluations. As part of probation, I evaluate for 6 months at the start of that. I would have to have a formal, you know, form, I think, from civil service. There'd have to be some stuff like that. But those are the types of things where I want to assign work, give people the tools that they need to do the work, and then say you have this amount of time to complete your analysis, right? And if that's not getting done, then that's where, okay, we have the training in here, or what's the problem? And that's how I'm going to start to roll that out.
Okay, and I think that that's important, because I can assure you that people haven't been given evaluations for whatever reasons. And if we're gonna run this like a business, run it, you know, we need to know if people are meeting their benchmarks, if people are doing what they're supposed to be doing,
Yeah.
like any other profession. So I'm more concerned with that, but it's good to hear that you're setting something up to begin to evaluate the employees that we have with the city. Okay.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Herron?
Frank, thank you for doing this, and that part-time, is that part-time gonna be the person that's the executive now? Did you merge it, or you just got, you know, had that person out of the office? That's the first question.
It's gonna, the right now, the part-time person is filling that executive assistant role. And I'm gonna hire my analyst first and then kind of reevaluate as I move through the year.
Thank you. I just wanted, I know you said that this is 3 years in the making, and we're going toward that. I know when we put an ordinance with the contracts, we told labor that we wanted to know 6 months before, so we're prepared for the financial ramifications of that. You know, and I appreciate you saying that, you know, we hold that money because negotiations, and I've always said that should be there. Your predecessor would always bring all the money out up in the open, and I would always say, let's not do that, but we have to do a better job on planning for these funds, because everybody knows I've been annoyed with $20,000, $30,000 raises, because right now, we have to cut $5 million on this budget. The Board of Ed is $32 million in the hole. You know, we're advocating for money here, money there, money there. Where are we gonna get it? And then to have this, I can't swallow it, and I understand contracts better probably than most. And it's just very difficult when I see lower level employees that they're following the guidelines, and they're getting paid the 3%, but it's happening the same year. Now you're telling me 3 years. I think a couple of years ago, we had the same problem, and it was about the same amounts, because I have those sheets. So the logistics here, especially this year, it's horrible. And I can't stomach that, and I know a lot of us are complaining about it, but I'm making it very vocal, and some of us are. We've got to figure a better plan, and I think with you being in that position, I'm actually excited to see what you've done already, and I'm excited to see what you implement later, because it's a new vision. So that's just some of my concerns. You don't have to answer, because I pretty much know, but that's my concern, and that's why I've said it each and every time. Because at least you're not saying here, well, it's COVID, and, you know, we're working under COVID, and, you know, we're just getting back. And 3 years ago was COVID. We've been back. So come on, we've got to figure something better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
You're welcome.
So we will go with Councilwoman Martinez, Spell Lyons.
Okay. So I want to say thank you, Frank. I had to do my research on you because I was hearing so much about you and how you came to the city of Bridgeport. So I'm transparent, and I want my own thought in my own head on who the person that you are, not listen to how you got here, right? So I did my history on you, and you come from a new financial background. And anybody that comes to a city such as Bridgeport, that we call the biggest city, but you came from New York. with a background of experience in New York where you set a financial budget to where it needed to be. You balance and save them millions of dollars. Then you were in Fairfield and you played the role of a treasurer there and you saved and did what you had to do there. So coming to Bridgeport, I'm looking at New York to Bridgeport. I mean, you are who we need here in Bridgeport. Because from where we were to where we are today and looking at your concerns in a lot of departments and where you want to cut at, I'm gonna be loud with certain departments because I think they're effective and we need them in our city. But when it comes to other things that you're working on, I'm gonna support you on it because I think that you are who we need here and not my council colleagues mentioned our previous OPM director and the things that we were given. Looking at what you're proposing and presenting to us and looking at what you have given us this far, I think that you're gonna keep us where we need to be and not looking at a negative in different areas. So, I'm thankful that however you got here, you selected Bridgeport to get here, because we need someone as experienced as you, and you're still young. You have a lot of years to stay here, a lot of changes to make. I don't plan on being on this council forever, but continue your education, continue doing what you're doing, because we definitely need it here in the city. So I want to thank you for even selecting Bridgeport with the background that you come from and that you're still pursuing. You could be somewhere in New York getting $300,000, but you selected to come here, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Spell?
Hi, Frank. So, I'm just curious. Side note, you have said you see potential. What are some of the things that you see for the city?
So just when I see, like, you know, particularly calculating the mill rate and the grand list, and the downtown, and economic development, I think that the downtown is a beautiful downtown, and I just think that it's an asset to the city. The city has golf courses, waterfront development. I think it's a draw, and especially in like other places in Fairfield County, Westchester County that are just too expensive to live and crowding a lot of middle class people out. I think there's opportunity here to attract those people, and be a haven for them essentially. So. When I walk down from Broad Street till I go to Madera, a lot of like those guys, and even that street, you got Avicella there, you got all the just great places to eat, a lot of diversity with food. I mean, it just got, and I appreciate that just from being from the city. So it's just got a lot of good stuff going for it.
All set.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Lyons.
Hi, Frank. I didn't know who you were till the other day, and I'm staring at this guy and I'm saying, who is he, you know? But so I'm, one thing I'm not on budget, okay, but I like to come to the meetings as much as possible. I'm really impressed on how you put this together. And probably one of the, you broke down, as Councilwoman Herron was saying, the contracts and everything else, and you explained something that we would have an understanding of, is like how people get raises, and what it would be, what it wouldn't be. And maybe since, and this is giving you extra work now besides everything that you're doing, this should be done in each department. Actually, what you analyzed here, I think each department in this whole city should be doing the same thing with their contracts and analyzing it and breaking it down so we know what's going on. And I think what we can do with Frank is use him as an example in his department and have every other department do this, so we know where the raises are coming from, where they're not coming from, where they should be deserved or not deserved. And not only that, you broke down about the training. you know, the training, like what advantages of, and we hear a lot, people wanna go for training, we get accused of going for training too. So, but, you know, you broke that down and why certain contracts that you're under, why that training is important versus other ones that are not. But I put on the table that we should take Frank's paperwork and his analogy, what he's done, and make it, as a city council, we should ask for each department from, well, it's a little late now, cause we're in the middle of the budget, but from the future, that each department follows Frank's example, and we'll have a better understanding of the budget, because this is the first time in all the years that I've been here that I'm impressed with someone that broke down his own department and gave us a reason why someone is hired, why they're not hired, and what you're gonna do in the future. And I think we should do that, we should do that for each department. But can we do that? Can we put that into, a being?
I wanna speak to that real quick.
Thank you.
Can I- One thing I'll say about Frank that was different from Nestor, cause he don't work for us no more, so I can mention his name. I asked him to do a couple of things. I said, I need you to break this budget down so simple that a second grader could understand it. I said, because the way Nestor and them did it, and I'm not taking nothing from him, he was here a long time, it wasn't like this. And you did break it down so that the 20 members on the city council could finally understand the process of our budget. And if I'm lying, you could tell the committee I'm lying, but that was my only thing asked of him. Make it real simple. I don't wanna keep flipping back and forth in this book. When we're talking about something, and then you tell me to turn to page 639. So you did do that, and you made it so simple. You could have department heads. You could set up a policy, this is where I wanna see the breakdowns, because you got the example, you make it real simple. So if you could do that, as you have already started, it would make it real easy for everybody finally to understand this budget, like with the 3%. Even though you can't short, cause you're right, you're in negotiations, they see you got some money, they're gonna shoot for the stars. But you can let us know as a budget committee, this is what's really happening, and explain, I can't show it, because if they see what we got, they're gonna shoot for the stars. We should get a 4% increase instead of 3, you got the money. So, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, couple points and one or two questions for you, Frank. One is, yes, I agree with Councilwoman Lyons. This is a good presentation. To be, fair also, it's not a big complicated department. And I'm thinking of another presentation from a big complicated department, which is fire. And I think, Chief Edwards, the last couple of years has done a nice job.
Yes.
Okay. And you knocked the city attorney's office a little bit, but I thought their presentation was pretty good and had dollar figures for the different things they wanted, and, we don't have to like it or approve it, but, so we have had some good presentations and some are, so, but yes, I agree. I think this could be held up as something of an exemplar for other departments. We ask for certain things, but as teachers know, exemplars are a good way to go. So that's one thing. This is probably more me than anything, but you mentioned GFOA. I know. Thank you, Michelle. That's all right.
Okay.
They've in the past been at NLC, and I know sometimes I've gone to their site for information, but most of it is, membership, and you have to have login or something. So I'm just wondering if, again, maybe if we move in a financial analyst or something, if even we as council can get access to that, I don't know.
Yeah, so I could look at that. So they just changed, so to your point, a lot of it's kind of like behind a paywall or like
Right.
membership based. But typically, I think the city holds the membership, so there's different rates for municipalities of
Right.
different size. So as long as I believe the city is a member,
Yeah.
then you would still have to pay, right, for the trainings,
Right.
but they would be, under the member price.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so I think we
Alright.
could take advantage of
It's,
it.
it's
yeah.
one of those things that it's
Yeah.
10:30 at night and I'm like, I can't get there and then I don't follow
Yeah.
up, so, knucklehead. Just specifically on the staffing that you're looking at, and again, thank you for, the proposal. The executive assistant at 71,000, I think we all know who that is, and she's an asset. Do you anticipate she'll be there the whole year, or, you know,
I've
because if
spoke-
it's,
Yeah,
okay,
I've spoken to her, I anticipate she's gonna be there the whole year,
okay.
yes.
All right, so it's a funding question, right? Like,
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
if-
the one
You know.
one thing I am looking at, so obviously if she is here the whole year, then I'll have savings in that line. One thing that I'm looking at doing is, right now, the way we do the budget book is a combination of Excel documents and Word documents and pictures and this and that. There are softwares out there, so we use Munis to do the budget, so for budget development, I have that. But there is probably a software that could make the presentation of the book less labor intensive. And so, you know, that would, then if I had that software, then maybe maybe that position could just be in perpetuity. The executive assistant could just be a part-time position in the future. That's kind of something that, I'm gonna evaluate through this year.
Okay. And so make sure I'm speaking right. The budget policy analyst position, do you have any vacancies there now?
Yeah, so that's the one that I'm actively hiring
Okay.
for. I got 104 applicants.
Good.
I narrowed it down based on the qualifications that were listed. And so civil service did calls for interest. And I contacted them this week to see when I could start setting up the interviews, because I wanna move quickly on those.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
And so is that vacancy at, what's the starting line?
So right now-
95?
Yeah, so right now I have it budgeted as a step 2, because I assume that they're gonna be hired this year as a step 1. So if
Oh.
they're hired this year and they're in as
This
a step
calendar
1,
year.
yeah,
I'm
this
fiscal year.
fiscal year,
Yeah.
then next year, you know, it'd be prorated a little bit, but at some point next year, they'd be a step 2.
Okay. And is that one specifically the one that's kind of geared towards public
That's
safety?
who I really wanna, yes, I
Yeah,
wanna direct
okay.
them to public safety.
All right,
yeah.
good. And I mean, just for our collective, that's been there for a couple of years. We've all wanted it filled because it's a necessary position to oversee the public safety division. So, yeah, hopefully get a good, strong person there. Yeah, that's all I got really on the budget side, so, all right, thank you. All right, anything else? Oh,
Oh, that's it. I just wanted to thank you all. And, you know, Ashley has my contact information if you all have any questions.
Yeah.
You're all invited, as always, to New Haven. Pizza's on us. Wherever you want.
Modern,
Can't
I
go wrong. Modern just won #1 on the pizza trail. So, you know, Modern's my go-to as well. But we got plenty. So, come on anytime. I'm in City Hall every day. You're more than welcome. Just come on down. But if you have any questions, just reach out.
Thank
All right.
you.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you.
Al.
And just so you know, he has a Bridgeporter working in his office.
I do, yes. We do have a person in Bridgeport, and don't try to steal them.
no promises.
You too.
All right, good. All right, so we'll move on from that and we'll look at the capital plan, which we need to finalize decisions on today. Jeanette already exhibited it, so
Yeah, I know.
we're good.
I know.
Yeah, okay. All right, so
Yeah, so-
Frank, you want to take it away from there?
Yeah, the way I
From here?
figured I'd go through with it, I could go through the changes. If anybody wants a copy of the original presentation, I made some extra copies. So I'll just leave it, that's just the original capital presentation, because I'm gonna be talking about changes.
Yeah, and this is what we exhibited on.
Yes, yeah, it's already been exhibited, it's just
Yeah,
a
you want
copy.
copies? Sure. Do you want one,
So we're gonna
Rich?
start at the top, right?
Yes.
We're gonna start at the top. Go right ahead.
Do you want me to put on the list?
Not yet, not yet.
I'm ready.
Alrighty, so, first start with the Board of Ed, and just going over just the structure of this plan again, you have the project in the leftmost column. What was approved in FY '25, so that's already been approved. Well, you're really, you're voting on the whole plan, but the really consequential items is what's in the FY '26 proposed.
26.
27 through 30 are plans. And plans change. So for the Board of Ed, the most notable change here is the funding level's the same. All the projects are the same. The only difference is when I had originally proposed the plan, I proposed district-wide projects as opposed to individually listing them out. And after speaking with bond counsel, what I was advised that anything less than $300,000 could be included in the district-wide category. So for example, the district-wide asbestos abatement had 2 schools that it was planned for. And the Board of Ed did have this on their presentation on the last page. So I could put those in a district-wide category, as opposed to Columbus that replace unit ventilators, which is kind of towards the bottom of the Board of Ed side. That's a 300,000 item that got listed separately. So no changes in funding here, it's just how the names are presented on the left. And I could take questions or I could move on to the next category.
Anything on Board of Ed?
I just have one question.
Eddie, go ahead.
Can we look, and I meant to, George didn't send me the contact. I thought we did the chillers, with school building committee, I thought we did the chillers 2 years ago. We only need one more page for the chillers. So why are we doing another one? Last year was supposed to be the second part, that's in the chillers.
Yep.
For Fairchild Wheeler?
They need there's another request for the chillers again for Fairchild Wheeler?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but,
I only question it because I emailed George, but you're right. When we built the school, there was a defect with the chillers prior to, and it was under school construction, and then we replaced the chillers. It was only supposed to cost us, $200,000, and I understand, so this is the last phase of the chillers. So we're not gonna hear no more about those chillers over there.
hopefully,
Hopefully not.
we're hoping.
The ones he got
You
now.
never
supposed to
know.
be the
I'm
ones
hoping,
correct.
but that's right.
All right.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll go Councilwoman Lee and then Councilwoman Spell.
When I look at, the Board of Ed total, now that total, when the Board of Ed present how much they want, how much they want, that's it. Okay, when the Board of Ed present how much they want, this is this is not included.
No, it's not.
In what they are asking for, because, I was sitting there Thursday night and I really got a little frustrated because of the fact, even some of the council members talking about, we need to find the money from somewhere. Where are we gonna find all that money from? And then too, the city is giving the Board of Ed extra money. Besides, they should add this into, okay, they asking for $20,000. I'm just saying, though, $20,000. This should be added into what the city of Bridgeport is giving the Board of Ed, because it's still money. And then if the city took this from the Board of Ed, then they're gonna have to find this money to fix these things that need to be here. Do that make sense to you? I'm just talking air.
No. Can I?
Yeah.
You wanna speak to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I've never understood. Now, I know one is actual money, the other one's capital. I never understood why. When we say how much money and stuff we're gonna give to the Board of Ed, the construction side, and you can break it down, we're giving this much in money, and we're giving this much in keeping your schools open and built and doing those kind of things. Because people don't understand, or they don't even know, that the city council, we budget, they're using the buildings to keep those buildings up and running. And is there any way, let me ask you this, and maybe we need to have a discussion with the mayor, that when we introduce our budget, we need to also include all the dollars that we're spending, or do bonding, towards the schools. So you could say for the dollar amount, we gave $3 million, plus enlist the schools so that people know that the city council does more for the school system than what's been perpetrated. And I never understood why we don't do that. So that's something that we need to talk about, or the council need to have a press conference to make the public aware, because we're getting beat up, and we get beat up every year. But I guarantee you, if we had a press conference and we showed the public how much money the city of Bridgeport is investing in our schools, it'll be a different outlook, because they don't know that.
Yeah.
So I agree with you.
And the last thing is that I know that we as council people, city of Bridgeport period, don't have anything, we don't have any say about where the money go that they're asking for.
Right.
Well, the fact of the matter is that, and a lot of the people, a lot of the teachers and the parents, especially the parents, they don't realize that most of the money that they're asking for don't even go into the classroom. You know, because every time they say they cut, they never say that they cutting the people that make $500 a day. You know, we have people that make, you know, you all talking, and not the teachers either, by the way. we don't make $500 a week. But you know, but there should be some way that money is going where the taxpayer want that money to go. Because they try, we don't have this and we don't have this. You know, but the fact of the matter is, and I guess this is budget, because there should be some way that the money that they're asking for from the city of Bridgeport should go in their classroom. You know, because if you never taught, how you gonna tell me how to teach my class if you never taught, or you taught 100 years ago? You know what I mean? You can't do it, and that's what they paying the top people. They make a lot of money. I'm thinking about retiring and taking one of those jobs, and then I can retire at my highway. So that you know, this is what I'm saying, and I know that you can't do anything about it. It's just that I'm just venting, okay? I know it's been like this forever, but there should be some way that we can change that, and then the parent won't be so upset about, you know, the mayor's not in the city council, and you all need to do your job and stuff. We are doing our job, but we don't get paid for it, you know. And if you can do it better, you need to run for the office and do it better than you do. Everybody always think they can do your job better than you, Scott. That's all I have to say.
All been through that. All right, good. Ernie, did you want to say more?
No.
Are you good? Okay, Councilwoman Spell.
So Frank, I have a question for you. I'm looking at the actual items for bonding. So it's a two-part question. First,
Are you just on education part?
yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So in
Thank you.
regards to the BOE list, right, on top, some of these schools are listed are also some of the schools that are supposed to be removed. I know it hasn't been approved yet by the Board of Ed. So you're just putting it in the bonding just to have as a backup plan?
So these, who would be able probably best to speak to, why these are needed are, when George came to speak about the plan. One distinction I want to make is if you guys approve this today, it does not necessarily mean that it'll be bonded.
Okay.
This doesn't equal what's gonna be bonded. So if plans change and it's gonna need to be bonded, then it wouldn't be. When you go to do the bond authorization, they'll refer to this exhibit, but this isn't absolutely, we're gonna bond this.
Okay, and then my next question is, and once again, since I'm new to council,
Mhm.
when it comes to the bonding, we put something, we bond for it, but then we end up not doing it. What happens to that bond?
So, if you do something, it doesn't happen, or there's money left over, if there is an authorization for another project, then there's flexibility to move that money. The minutia of it, if Ken was here, he'd probably be able to fill in a little bit of the details, but.
Talk too long about it.
What?
And talk too long
Yeah,
about it.
Yeah, but essentially, right, you'd have to, so long as there's authorization for another project that money can go to, that money can be moved. And that's kind of the type of stuff, that, like, I'll talk about as we go down this list about how we could use some bond money, that may be sitting out there and how I'm kind of starting to look at that.
Thank you.
You good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman?
Yeah, just to, this committee, I think it was last year, to answer your question, we moved bonding dollars so we didn't have to, let's say, Dunbar or the schools that you're talking about, we had bonding money just sitting there. And it was the will of the bonding committee to say, instead of going back out for new bonding dollars, let's reallocate some of that money for projects that are ready to go today.
Okay.
And that's what we did last year, am I correct, Scott?
Yeah.
Because it's just sitting there, and we're saying, wait a minute, if they're not gonna use it, we'll use it for the projects that's ready to go now.
That's the list that OPED gave us during their presentation.
They may have, they may have, no, these were projects, I can't think of them off the top of my head. It's maybe
Facilities?
Scott, facilities, was it?
Okay.
Facilities.
So
Okay.
we just moved them instead of going out to bonding, and then we have to pay on it. We said, let's move dollars that's been sitting there 2-3 years, not doing nothing, instead of bonding new dollars for it. So we do that.
Just to clarify, to expand on that, if you remember before Nestor retired, before we went out to bond, he presented the council all of the bonding dollars at the budget committee's request.
Yeah.
And then that's how those monies were being channeled and funneled for all those things that, maybe 50,000 here, 20,000, and just create that whole package, and we voted on that. And then we went on to bond.
Yeah. Instead of doing new bonding dollars.
Yeah, it's a good question, and just to repeat, so we're approving a plan, it's a 5-year plan, and then in the late summer, fall, usually finance comes to us and says, we're gonna actually borrow for X projects, and that we provide the authorization.
Right.
And that's where the money becomes real.
Right.
But to your point, some projects aren't completed, or they occasionally come in under budget, and there are leftover funds, and that's something that, honestly, we as a committee for a couple of years have been working with Nestor and now Frank to chop down that money that's just been sitting there. So it's a good question, and yeah, we're all trying to swim together on that. All right, so for schools, I think we're clear.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the right time to say it, but I will. Keep in mind, there is a proposal out there to Councilwoman's point. Perhaps close some schools, build a new one, repurpose Skane, and that would be the foremost priority to assist the special ed world. And so we're likely, once should the Board of Ed here in Bridgeport choose to approve that, we'll be hearing again on an amendment to this plan.
Yeah.
Could be within a few weeks even, but just so we're all kind of clear on that.
Yeah.
Okay? Constance, do you wanna add anything on
The
that?
only thing I'll add, just so everybody's on the same page with this, with the Board of Ed, the school, the ed specs are going before the facilities committee on Wednesday night, and, we're expecting them to vote out, and then they would take it to the full board for a vote on May 12th. I think that's the timeline, because we wanted to get it in, before the end of session, giving us time at the legislature to get those schools in, and then, you know, we'll come back and amend the capital plan. But those things are still in the works, just that you're not putting them in today because they haven't voted on them, but we are expecting to ask you to revise them, soon.
All right. Last piece I just wanna share. We do the work of going out for the whole city to bond for schools and improvements and things like that. But do keep in mind also that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, but we do, the Board of Ed does pay debt service out of their own budget. So it's not all out of our budget. That is a part of their budget. So that's where, working with facilities and the council, that's where we have to cross, interact with each other. And again, I think Mr. Garcia has been a pretty good partner with us, and vice versa.
Yep.
So,
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
And this may be something, if you can just research through the chairs.
Mhm.
Didn't a nutrition center have their roof remodeled in less than 10 years?
No.
No?
It's in my district, no.
Oh, okay.
okay, yeah, good question. All right, we'll move on to fire, which, yeah, well, go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, so fire, what was in the original proposed plan was, I think, 2.7 million. So kind of talking about like older money, that's out there. There was money that was bonded, within the last couple of years that they ended up not needing to buy a truck. They were able to find other funds for that. So that's about $1.6 million. So I'm modifying their $2.7 million request to be just about 1 million, and with those two, that'll get them to the 2.7 to buy the truck that they need. So that's the only change that I have for fire.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a good potential savings. All right,
Yep.
you wanna speak to police?
Yeah, so police, and this is just kind of something that I'm trying to do. I'm starting to roll out bi-weekly meetings about capital projects, just so I'm not talking about capital once a year, but throughout the year. And I think that'll create better presentations and work product in the future. But the end result of that is there were two projects originally proposed to you all. One was for 236 Evergreen building and parking lot improvements. And the other was for improvements to the Howard Street property. It had a misnomer in the original plan. It said Congress Street, but it was actually for Howard Street. Howard Street, I think, was just about 400,000, and Evergreen Street was 325. In speaking with public facilities and the police department, public facilities did have that on their list of projects to use citywide building and improvement.
Which one? Both?
Evergreen.
Okay.
So for Evergreen Street, public facilities had it on their list for that project. And they mentioned that they had funding available. So the funding for that isn't needed. For Howard Street, within the next 2 weeks, public facilities is also gonna look at that building. So in the interest of time, what I did for the Howard Street property, which is if you go to, sorry, I gotta find it here on the public facilities page. But it should be citywide building and security improvements. Yeah, so if you look at citywide building and security, it's maybe the 7th line down at the start of public facilities. There's 600,000 there in FY '26. So rather than have the $400,000 be specific to Howard Street, I used a bit more of the general citywide building and security improvements. If we end up having to need to bond the money and it comes in lower, then the public facilities would have some flexibility to use that to any building improvements that they have. So that's where the Howard Street money went.
Because public work does, because public work does the work
Yeah.
for us, so.
Yeah.
It's okay, okay,
So that explains the change for police.
all right.
All right, OPED?
OPED, so OPED, the request that was presented to you, when I did the original capital meeting was 2 million for citywide complete and safe streets program, and, 1 million for Sliver by the River. I just realized the mistake, but, so for the citywide complete streets program, I'll just start with that, you'll see 1 million there, so I reduced that from 2 million to 1 million. And then Sliver by the River, actually, the money was in the public facilities side last year.
Yeah.
So I moved, so if you look in public facilities, 3 lines from the bottom of the page, you'll see Sliver by the River, you'll see 1 million, and then another 1 million in FY '26.
Yeah.
That's where that money went. So net OPED would be down, net 1 million.
Could I just speak to the OPED piece?
Yeah.
So, OPED came before us, meeting got a little heated, a little crazy. They never spoke to their capital plans, projects, ideas. It was a night and ran out of steam, got off track. So I did ask for someone to come to us today to speak on it, and really was just the 2 projects. They said they had a walkthrough at Bassick today and couldn't make it. I said, okay. I spoke with the director, one of the deputies, and the planner on the call yesterday, about close to 5 o'clock. On the citywide project, complete and safe streets, just as background, just going back to when grants informed us about federal grants, there was a specific, under EPA grant, it had the words environmental justice, so it got chopped.
Yeah.
So OPED, because they want to move on this is an East Main Street, East Side project. They want to keep it moving, so they want to keep that 1 million there, but now not from the feds, but from us.
Right.
Thank you, Orange Man. And then with the Sliver, took me a while to hear it all out, but I'll just say there's essentially 2 phases and 2 parts of the project. The phase is essentially design and then build. The parts are like the resilient on the waterfront itself, and then the park itself. They have 1 million from last year, as Frank pointed out. They have 1 million from Trust for Public Land. They're asking for a 3rd million to push ahead, and then the 4th million they are hoping to get from a grant, and they seem positive that they're likely to procure that. So if they have all 4 million, they can move ahead with the entire project. That's their proposal. The last piece on that, again, we want to look at everything, and we heard from facilities say, we're getting more parks, et cetera. This is not a small parcel of land.
No, it's not.
And I said, have you spoken with facilities about maintenance? Well, no, we'll bring them in later. So when, again, that's our job, right? Is to see where projects are happening, and is one hand talking to the other, and not yet, apparently. So I think we all kind of want to clean up that site. It's
terrible, man.
Yeah. However, we got to know that it's going to be more maintenance. So I'm going to leave it at that. Rev, you had a question?
Yeah.
Jeanette?
We looking at OPED now, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at some of the things that.
This is facilities down here. This is OPED right there.
Oh.
Except that Frank moved the Sliver project down here from OPED to the Sliver.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, then I'm gonna say something when we get to OPED.
Well, we're on OPED now.
Okay.
We're looking at
Okay,
these, but
okay.
there's only
Oh, I
one
was
dedicated.
right.
Yeah, just not these projects. Those aren't OPED, just these are OPED.
Okay, okay, well, then we'll talk about these projects
All
right
right,
here.
cool.
The, I look at some of the projects that, that we wanna do for OPED, and, I cannot understand why is it that we can find money for some of the stuff on here that probably, I don't play golf, but I sure somebody else probably play whatever, stuff like that. But then when we look at, and then, and I'm skipping one, when we look at the flooding, and I know that we hadn't gotten to that yet, but I have to say it while it's on my mind, cause I'll forget. Why is it that we can find money for projects like this, but then we can't find money for flooding that flooded folks' houses out, and they're the one that paying the taxpayer, by the way, because if you own a home, you paying taxes, and I don't understand why is it that we can find money for stuff like this that probably only benefit a couple of people, that we can't find money for like the flooding and stuff that affect almost everybody in the city. I don't understand that. And my area is one of the ones that flooded out all the time, especially when it was like rainy Saturday past. Some of those people couldn't even get in their living room because the water was so high up in there. So I guess when we vote on this, this right here, we gonna vote on this today?
We are.
Okay, now, do we have to vote on the whole thing, or
Yep.
we just gonna,
Well, we're gonna vote on the whole thing, but if you have issues on particular items, you can speak to those.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Then when we get ready to vote, then I'll tell you my items that I have.
No, do it now if you want.
Now, this is the time to
Sure.
do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, when we talk about, and I didn't mark all the one that I had, I really don't have a problem with, but I believe that we can do without it for right now and do that flooding. So I'm gonna, I got to go through that whole list, I only picked a couple this time, but I'm sure I have more than that. Would that work?
Could I, maybe just speak to that?
Yeah,
So, Tuesday is the Public Safety Transportation Committee meeting, and the city engineer will be there to speak on bridges and roads and things like that. So,
That's the guy that I don't like.
well, give him a shot, Rev. Give him a shot. He's a good hard worker.
I know.
So
I know.
he'll be there if you want
Okay.
to speak specifically about
Okay,
these
that's what
projects.
I hope.
Yeah,
Oh,
'cause-
that's what I should be talking
And
to then.
I will say this, and I don't want to be too, unkind or whatever, but he was not directly invited to the facilities meeting, and a couple other division heads weren't either, so that's why we didn't see some faces this year.
Well, being the boss or being the supervisor, nobody should even have to invite him. He should just show up.
Well-
We talking about his stuff, you know what I mean? Because if he can put this here and then ask for something,
Yep, well-
okay, so I know I'm on camera and I don't care, but he should have been here. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, Constance?
Through the chair,
Yeah.
Beverly, this is one of the mayor's priorities too, the flooding, projects, and we even had an update recently from, the city engineer, so I'm gonna request that as well. So when I get, information, I'll pass it on to the council too.
See, that's my girl. She know what I'm talking about.
Well, he's gonna, through the chair, he's gonna be meeting with us on Tuesday.
Public safety.
Public safety,
But yeah.
not us, public safety. So if you got some questions, be at
Yeah.
public safety committee meeting, and you can ask all the questions you like and get the answers you need.
Okay, if he be here, I'm gonna do a holy dance.
I'm sure he'll be there.
Oh, he will, yeah.
He definitely will
We
be
talked.
there.
So Council President and Councilwoman Spell.
I just have one quick question on, regarding Sliver by the River money. I wanna know, Frank can research if we still have money from the bonding that was done for the intermodal, so we can reprogram that to this.
just never find the river, so we don't have to do the million. Cause for some reason, I believe that there's still some money left of a phase that we didn't finish. So if you could just look into that. Cause I know that we did the streetscape, the sidewalks we created, there's that grant that OPM had also for the sidewalks that, Vince Mobilio took over, and I can't name it, I just know that he was part of that project. There might be two buckets of money, cause that, since it connects to the railroad track, I believe we can reprogram it, cause it's transit-oriented development.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right behind
you
the
could
bus
just
station.
research that for me, Frank?
Yes, I have it right here.
Great. Are
Just
you good?
one-
That's it.
All right, Ernie, and then Councilwoman Spell.
Also, did we do any money on this high-speed boat that we were supposed to be doing something on the high-speed, remember they?
Oh, the ferry.
The ferry? Did we do any money, buy
I
any
don't know,
money on
'cause,
that? I can't remember. But maybe let's look at it,
I'll have to-
please,
We
cause
do have money sitting in there.
we should take it.
We had,
But go
this
ahead.
one drives me crazy, but
We have
we
money
had state grant money that we took forever to use and establish that, et cetera. And then because we had to come up with a match, OPED spent $2.5 million on that.
Okay.
And that actually is what triggered us to put in that resolution that if they're gonna spend more than $250, you gotta come to us out of ARPA money. So, you know,
No, I'm just
OPED
wondering-
needs to come talk to us sometime,
Right,
because
I'm
that's,
just wondering
that's
if
just
it's
not,
still sitting there.
yeah.
There are a couple waterfront projects that
Makes
have probably residual money.
1 ounce of sense.
And I'm not saying no to Slimming by the River, because I
Right.
think it's really important. But I'm saying if they have the other monies, we
Right.
need to be able to tap
Sure.
into those
Right,
other
to
monies.
use
it up
those
first.
dollars, I
Yeah.
agree. I
Because
agree.
it's all connected, all connectivity.
Right,
It's
to the
connected to the
waterfront,
tracks.
right, to the
Sure
water.
is, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, Councilwoman Spell?
So I didn't realize this and notice this until just now, while y'all were talking. Back under the police department,
Yeah.
the very first item is the tasers. Didn't last year during budget, that's how we found out that they used their previous funds for something different.
That's why there's nothing
So why
there.
are they putting this back
They're-
on?
It's an old item.
It's old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no money for it.
There's no money
Okay.
in this.
Sorry, for the ones that have zeros, I should have, I'll make a
No,
note
that's
to
fine.
do that.
That's,
That's
it's actually
okay.
helpful to
2016.
get a little look
Okay.
back, so,
Okay.
yeah, no, it's a good question, but
No more tasers for them, no.
not, yeah.
All right.
Okay, then the last section, which rolls onto the back, is public facilities. So Frank, I don't know if you wanna speak to any of these in particular.
Yeah, so public facilities, the proposal is to move paving up, by, $1 million from 3 million to 4 million in FY '26. So that's that's one change for them. I'll just go through all the changes.
Yeah.
You'll see citywide building improvements has $600,000 in FY '26. So that was originally proposed as zero. 400,000 of that 600,000 I've already spoken about. The remainder for, the remaining 200,000 is proposed, money to add for the Klein. And it would be in this more general category also, in the event that they actually don't use it, it would be available for the city to use. So that's what makes up the 600,000. Various airport improvements, we found that they still had some money left over. So we reduced that by 100,000, so that's now zero. It was proposed at 100,000. Next is, parks maintenance equipment, including the golf course. So this one's a little tricky, right? So if you look at FY '25, parks maintenance equipment, including the golf course, is 345, and it was like a combined category. And speaking with bond counsel, they said it'd probably be better to separate out the categories, so that's why you see 345 in FY '25, and in FY '26 through '30, you're gonna see right below that a parks maintenance equipment line of 365,000 and a golf course maintenance equipment line of 110,000. Now that total request was reduced, I think from just over 1 million, so I reduced it by 530,000. And that's because they had equipment on there, that was, under $100,000, which I didn't feel like we should be bonding for that, and I felt like they had adequate equipment money, so, that's the justification for that reduction. As we move down the list, sorry, my computer's being a little slow. Various parks improvements citywide, so that's, reduced by 300,000 to 375,000. $275,000 of that, 375 is for a splash pad, for, I think it's the oldest one in the city. And the remaining 100,000 is to redo the dugouts at ball fields. And then the 300,000, which was just a general, they had just said general upgrades, but because they didn't have like anything specific, I removed that. 300,000 is for Barnum Museum renovations, that's for the HVAC, boiler replacement, and they came in and discussed that, so that's where the $300,000 number comes from. Sidewalks and streetscapes replacement, originally $1 million in here. They said they could live without their golf course improvements money. So if you look down, golf course improvements had $250,000. I eliminated that and moved. I was gonna cut sidewalks from $1 million to $500,000. I just did $250,000.
You said 350 in here.
What? Sidewalks?
Golf course improvement, you said?
That's
Oh, okay.
From last year. So they're going from $1 million to $750,000, and that's for the sidewalks.
Okay.
Kennedy Stadium, so, there was $600,000 for Kennedy Stadium that was previously authorized but not bonded. So the 199 number that was originally in the plan is being reduced to 1399 because you guys have already authorized 600,000. You don't need to put the full amount in there. I spoke that I reduced the golf course improvements to 0, so that's that. I spoke about moving Sliver by the River. And also I proposed to remove the zoo parking expansion, which is a $180,000 decrease. So, that's just because they didn't seem to have the plan ready. The plan wasn't ready, for it yet. WPCA capital improvements, I'll just finish up and tie out the capital plan as a whole. The debt for WPCA is paid by the ratepayers, so it's included in this capital plan, but it's paid by the ratepayers. So net changes to what I presented to you originally and what's in this plan now is about a it's $3,681,700 decrease from about 21 million to about 17,379,000. And so those are all the changes that you'll see in this plan.
And that's all for 26. All right, Councilman.
Yeah.
All right, go.
I
And then
thought we
Newton.
were going to create a line, and I thought when we spoke, to create a line for the handicap, so that way it's aggregated out, so that way public facilities knew that that money was just gonna be used for the
Yeah.
handicap. code.
So-
Or you're just gonna keep it all together?
So,
It was the
in
half
speaking
million.
with bond counsel, they said that keeping it to the general description was better. Just from administratively, I mean, we know the money's there, if we, like, I can make a note of it, that's what it's intended for, but if it becomes specific like that, then every invoice they hit to that line has to be for the ADA compliance, and there has to be someone, there to verify that, so this just, I think, was suggested by bond counsel to just keep it as it was.
Okay,
So-
so then what I'm gonna ask is that, when we pass this on Monday, in the legislative intent and passing the item, that is in there, meaning that there's a note on the record, legislatively from the council, or you can't say it, but that we want them to make sure they can account for, and we wanna see next year the amount of sidewalks and how much it really costs to do those, curb cuts. I guess that's not really for you, that would be really for public facilities to know that they have to start a reporting process, that's what I want.
Are we talking about like a drawdown?
Huh?
Like a drawdown?
No, so that way they can keep track of how many they've done from the money, because what we're seeing is that we're using one contractor to do all of this work every season, and
Yeah.
we don't know how much is being spent on this portion, where we're behind the gun on the ADA compliance, because they're just pulling it all together. So I want, when they go to do it, they can internally aggregate it out outside of what Frank is talking about, right, Frank?
Okay, so, just so we're all clear, you're talking the ADA directly linked to the sidewalk streetscape? Okay, yep. I just wanna make sure.
Let that note be in there when we pass
The
it.
only, the only thing I have to see about including as a note is that it may have the same effect
Will it?
as putting it in. Yes, I'd have to ask with bond counsel.
Well, ask bond counsel.
So, I'll
Yeah,
have to ask them
that's
about that.
That's a, yeah, we don't wanna tie our hands unnecessarily. Alright, Councilman Newton,
Yeah.
Heron, Lee.
So that the council people who have long streets, we did talk about putting some money aside to address some of the long streets we have in our district.
Yeah.
So, that's in the making. And, I'm hoping that we have some council people like Maria Pereira and me. I share one half of it, she shares the other half. I'm hoping that they work together, so they'll use, their part to cover half, and then we'll use a part to cover our half. And I think did we add $1 million to the paving? I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's 4 now.
But that million was supposed to be used for some of those districts.
No, you got it wrong, right?
I got it wrong,
We
okay.
When we talked to Ken, I told Ken we're using 2 million of LoSiP funds.
That's it.
We're,
You're right.
instead of using the LoSiP funds to do the small streets that the council
Right.
allocates, we're gonna use the bonding for the council to allocate their streets, and use 2 million just dedicated for citywide, meaning the long streets like Old Town Road, Chelsea Hill.
Right.
Because in that way,
Summit.
that doesn't come off your 300,000 allocation for Summer Street. Those streets.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
I know we did
We're
it.
gonna
I
use
just
LoSiP.
wanted you to,
Yeah.
it was LoSiP that we used. So we listened to what you said. The council president and the committee said, okay, let's use the LoSiP.
Yep.
So we'll get the same bang for our monies, right?
And we need to see that.
Okay?
Yeah, good. Alright, Councilwoman Heron, Councilwoman Lee.
I'm gonna ask the chairs of Kennedy Stadium.
Mhm.
They've had that money put aside and now we're adding more. I wanna know when, T-minus 0 seconds, when they're gonna start doing the work over there, because I've been hearing it for years.
The thing with Kennedy, if you remember the vandalism,
Right.
they have reprogrammed that money to do the bathrooms over again in there, so they,
Well, it needs
and
to
you
be
know,
done
any project
irregardless.
they touch sometimes is $1 million, so they got $1 million bathrooms, alleged.
Yeah, well, alleged, because it's still a disaster. Can we find out information?
Yeah, I mean, I'm, again, I always pull out my old track coach hat, and, I'd love to see that get moving again,
Yeah,
and,
'cause it's a beautiful stadium.
Harding's got a great track.
It is.
But
They're
Kennedy,
they're gonna do graduations
We need to think about a
here
field
this year.
house. That's what we really-
yeah, I mean, between, again, we've said it, Boys and Girls is right there, the high school's there.
Throw money in
Yeah,
there.
it would be a good use. Alright,
All right.
Reverend Lee?
Yeah, and listening at, the report that you gave on OPED, yeah. I'm more friendly toward it now, since you did some stuff that was, that didn't make sense to me. The Island Brook flood control is there, and then it's on the first one, on this side too. They're the same, right? The Aqua, the Island Brook is over by me.
Yeah, so if it's okay, Frank, or Kathy, you may know, but the state has a whole program. So we've got state money to help improve these 3 flooded areas, bridges. And so we did put up last year the money for the match So those programs should be moving along, but again, you'll get more solid answer Tuesday. But yeah, those are,
I do know they're starting study or because they have requisitions, and so I know they're moving on the flood control projects. I think there were 3 of them. So they're moving on them.
You know, I know that, I
The north
know,
end is gonna be underwater, right?
huh?
The north end's gonna be underwater if they don't do something.
That's what I'm finna ask now. I know that you're not in charge of that, but if you see where they are not allocating that money to fixing the Island Brook thing, if there's anything that you can say about it. Cause the reason I say it is because every time that money is allocated for us, they'll take it someplace else, you know? And then if the state is giving the money for the flooding and whatever else, I think that it should be given, it should be used the way that they say that it should be used for. Do that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah, so,
Don't divert it.
because every time, you know, we got money for the, and I guess libraries is my thing, we got money for the library, they moved up on whatever street. So every time that money is allocated for our district and her and Michelle district, they put it someplace else. So I just wanna know, you know, when they start doing this, they don't go out and, where Dr. Stahl live up out there, where is it?
Usawa?
Yeah, where he live out? Where
He's
he
up
live?
there by,
Lake
Forest.
Yeah, Lake Forest. They'll take it out in Lake Forest, which they did this time too. So that's all I wanna say.
Every 2 feet over there.
Huh? What'd it say?
Got speed bumps every 2 feet over there.
There's a reason why they do it.
In our area too, every 1 feet. Okay, I'm finished.
all right. Anybody else? All right, I got a couple ideas I just want to throw out. I'm just looking at the sidewalks. We've got $750 for this year. We've got $2 million proposed for 28. This is about a third from the bottom of the front sheet. You know, we heard from the city attorney, and we've all had some discussions. It feels like more and more of the sidewalk upkeep is gonna fall on us. So I'm gonna suggest, and I'll be curious to what Frank wants to say, but you know, I see 0 for 27, but I'm thinking maybe we should put in $500,000, $1 million. Again, 27, 28, 29, 30, those are plans, nothing's locked in. But I think maybe that would speak to sort of the urgency to get a hold of that program. So I don't know if committee members have a thought on that, or Frank.
If we have some, I would prefer if we got monies laying around to do it. But if we don't, then I would make a motion that we, how much did you say, about $500,000?
I figure at least $500,000.
Put $500,000 in there, or in the off year. So if we do have monies that we can take out, I would prefer putting it in the off year. Instead of this year, that way we'll see, if we got money, then we could use that money first.
If I can just say, we just heard from the city attorney's office and that we've already paid out in the last 18 months $600,000. That's what we've already bonded. So we already, if we look at dollar for dollar net, like we've already paid out what we probably bonded before we're gonna be bonding. So putting the $500,000 for the next year, I don't think is a problem because it's just a placeholder, right?
Yeah, it's just a placeholder for us, so.
Because the other part to that is, again, just like when we talk about sidewalks, we really have to look at what the sidewalk
I agree.
contractor is doing.
I agree.
By the end of season and how much stuff is really getting done. Because we need a full audit on that, because then we can really begin to know how much is really gonna cost us in the end of it.
Well, hopefully, it's under OPM, right? The sidewalks,
Facilities.
Public facilities.
Yeah.
If we get, you know,
Yeah, we
them to
need-
come over and let's have this serious conversation with them. This is what we're looking
I
for
mean,
you to
it has to
do.
go through public safety, but
Yeah, public safety will have to.
Well, I didn't mean to say public safety, I meant to say public facilities.
It is, but I was saying
Public
committee,
safety.
committee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Public safety will have to have that.
Yep.
Right,
I
okay.
know that, Ernie has already paid his half for.
I'm getting reimbursed.
Wait a minute.
Do it.
I got the floor now, I'm trying to
I'm
say,
sorry, I
I'm
done
trying
got
to talk on
upset.
your behalf.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to help you out here. I know that Ernie has paid his half up, but I really do think that the city should be responsible for those sidewalks and not the. And that, I just believe, that's just my thought now, you know? That's all I have to say. And I think that Ernie should be reimbursed for that money that he paid for that sidewalk.
Where's that canceled?
See that, Ernie, I'm on your side.
I got it, you can believe that,
I don't care.
I agree with my partner here, that the city should be paying for it. Ernie should get no money back.
What did he say?
You get no money.
I heard him.
back. That's just my thing. You ain't getting nothing.
Wow.
All right, two more pieces on this. Yeah.
You got two more?
I got two more.
We gotta vote.
One, I just, again, I'm not, just wanna know. Seaside Bathhouse study, we put in $250,000 last year. Do we need to put in money for actually executing, or is this gonna be something that, you know, an outside developer's gonna handle?
We should do a study.
I don't know,
Actually.
cause we got zeros on the years out.
So the money, so I looked into this one, I don't believe the money for that was ever bonded
It wasn't.
from looking at it. So, so maybe in the out years, you'd put that, because I think that you'd have to go and bond the money to just do the study at
I think
first.
initially Frank had mentioned that he was gonna try and find us some leftover money, so we didn't have to do that since we never bonded for it, and then possibly put something in the outer, like you said, the outer years, so we can do the
Cause,
actual, begin this,
But we don't
that
know,
component.
what figure could we use to put in the outer figures to do the study?
well, the study's there at 250.
The study's at 250, but we never bonded for it, and
Right.
that's what we asked the other day. So Frank is gonna try and find us some money, so we don't have to put that money in there, and maybe we can put a placeholder for the following year.
For actually doing
For
some
actually
building.
do, yeah.
You talking about
To begin-
27?
Yeah, I would think 27, 'cause, I mean,
27 would be good. That would be
we've all been
good.
banging our heads saying, why is that asset sitting there?
Huh?
No, I just want to say in 27.
Yeah, 27.
Okay.
Right.
Cause
What dollar?
if we find,
One,
look, I'm all
two?
for saving money, I don't wanna bond for
Making
something that
things
we
up.
got, we
Right.
can scrap together 250 somewhere with all these other extra study money we have left over.
So I make a motion that in the off year of 2027,
Yeah, 27.
that we put 250,000.
Okay.
No,
Did you say 250?
well, we got 250 from last year already
No, we
approved.
didn't bond
No,
for
we
it.
didn't
I
bond for
I
it.
know,
We
but
got
we
it
approved it
approved
in
yet.
the plan, but we can authorize it
Yep. You
and,
want
and
to
then borrow
Oh,
from it.
It's all-
well,
I
that's
think
what
That'll
yeah.
be down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause you already budgeted to it.
It's already, you know, it
Yeah.
would come under the authorization.
Yeah, so if you do, if you don't use that money, it's
I'm
already
just thinking.
authorized, like you said, so kinda like what we're doing with Kennedy Stadium, right? You
Right.
had the 600,000, and you're using it to offset.
But we'd have to
So-
move it for 2027,
Uh,
or whatever 2026.
yeah, I don't know, I guess, just my thought is, do we need to earmark money to say, yes, we're really serious about moving this? Beyond the study,
Yes, you do.
which is.
Yes, you do.
So, that's why
Yes, we
I'm
do,
saying,
because,
like,
That's right.
The councils will go the.
27 would put in
How much you want to put in?
million, what,
2 million.
I don't, you know, I mean, it's not a small building.
So
Say
20,
what?
What's that, Rick?
I said, you say it was a small.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
so I think if you're gonna put in money for the work, I think you wouldn't put it under the study,
Right.
No,
right?
No,
So
we
you're
don't
gonna,
wanna do
you,
that.
you'd propose another project for Seaside Bathhouse, you know,
Right.
reconstruction, renovation, whatever you wanna call it.
Right.
Change that to add it.
And then,
Yeah.
I mean, so for FY 28, there's $5 million in city neighborhood beautification, I think. Hold on, let me see. I forgot to add, oh no, that's for Broad Street roof replacement.
Yeah, that's the
Agree,
roof
that
we
$1
had
million
already.
would be good in that 27.
Okay.
$1 million in 27 probably would.
I would do it in 27. If we got to do it sooner, we'll come back and just up it. That's it. So is everybody would everybody be okay if we put $1 million, 2017,
27.
27, so that you got it there, and if we need it, we'll do it if we want, okay? So I make a motion that we add $1 million for fiscal year 2027 for, what, the bathhouses down there?
Seaside bathhouse reconstruction.
Bathhouse reconstruction.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, good. All right, I got the last one, and I'll be forward that this is a 130th district question request. We had a full study done on Fairfield Avenue to really transform it from the highway exit all the way out to the Fairfield town line. You know, we heard a little bit about the schools, about, crossing Boston Ave, crossing Fairfield Ave for students going to Black Rock School. You know, we actually had a very near fatality almost 2 years ago. So the idea is we're gonna, you know, make it a much less of a highway. We do have a build application in with the feds to go to the next phase of it. I don't have high hopes. So I'm just gonna ask the council if looking out to 27 again, and, you know, other resources come in, that would be great. But if we could commit, 2 million to the design of that, I would appreciate that.
Question,
Yeah,
isn't Fairfield Avenue a state highway?
yes. For now,
I don't know, all I know is it's a state highway today, as
Right.
you and I speak.
right.
Yeah, Route 1,
So that's their responsibility.
that's, they got that. If you change it, Route 1. They could do that.
And just
Go ahead.
Just going, the Brewster Street upgrade, which was like the traffic light and all that, all that bonding money's been used already?
Oh, God, yes.
Huh?
Yes, that shrunk down to nothing. That's 10 years
So
to.
it would be it would be the whole quarter again from off the exit ramp all the way up to the Fairfield line?
Yep,
And
that's just the design.
That's for design,
Mm.
and your state rep is gonna bring how much?
The other half? No, we've had that conversation. I mean, ideally, the feds come up with it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's potentially an economic transformative development
Now, let me
and
just ask you a
safety. I mean,
question.
there was a 70-month period where we had 1,000 accidents.
But let me just ask this question, I mean, as long
Yeah.
as it's in an off year,
Yeah,
because they make, you know, more people get hit on Stratford Avenue and Connecticut Avenue. And the only reason I haven't come to the city was because of state highways. To redesign the light structure, because I'm gonna tell you something. You would think Stratford Avenue, Connecticut Avenue, Indianapolis 500,
Yes, you sure
and it's
will.
terrible. And I'm sure East Main Street, I'm sure State Street, Fairfield Ave. So if you're gonna open this Pandora, you're gonna open it up for everybody. So when Stratford Avenue and Connecticut Avenue come in, or areas of state highways around your way, just remember, I don't wanna hear nothing. That it's a state highway, this and that, I don't wanna hear that. Yeah.
Constance, you wanna?
Just a comment, through the chair on that, so there's the East End street project, so that's what we're trying to fund, which would, in the first phase of that would turn Stratford Ave back into a two-way, going all the way from 2 roads in Stratford, where there will be a roundabout, and then all the way back to Seaview Ave, where Stratford Avenue starts, so that is having its own.
It's not gonna go all the way down Stratford Avenue.
No, yeah, from where, like, the highway, from where the East End, sign is, all the way to 2 roads. So the entire length of Stratford Ave would be a two-way. Connecticut Ave, that would be a second phase after that, but we're working on money for that. We've
Yeah, I know
applied
about
for
that.
SIP grants,
Yeah, I
but,
know about
so that, I mean, that
I knew about
particular
that.
area that's one of the big
The only reason they
initiatives.
decided to do it is we included Stratford.
Yes.
So we said, you want to do Stratford, you might as well do it all the way down Stratford Avenue, open it up to a two-way.
Two roads, talking about the beer company?
Yeah.
But that's in Stratford now, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's a two-way now.
But it would, so you
That
could go
way.
from there, there's that weird intersection there, you never been there.
It's got the
So
ravine
fixing
there,
that
they're gonna fix
Right,
the
all
ravine.
the way back down,
Okay,
so
okay,
it's
I- oh, I see what
connectivity.
you're saying.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead, Heidi, I'll wait until you're done.
Eddie,
No,
go
go
ahead.
Jeanette, you were on, I'm just.
My concern with that, and I think it's a great idea, but if we start putting money into state roads, and I'm not disputing that, then the state is not gonna do their work as hard and diligently as we expect them to do, because you know we always have problems getting money from them, even this year. So doing this is opening up this Pandora's box and saying, oh, well, you have the money to put that, then we don't have to fund you all of it. That's my concern.
And through you, through the chair, you know, they very seldomly, and I can't speak what they do for going to Stratford, they don't cut the grass. The city has to cut the grass. Those are state roads and state properties. They don't do nothing until you put pressure on them and you know, those kind of things. So I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna open up a Pandora's box. Now, I would feel more comfortable if I knew that the state rep said, just like in Stratford, the state delegations from Stratford and Bridgeport got together and they came up with this plan. So that I didn't have to come before you and say, look, I wanna bond some money to do what they're supposed to be doing, and they're doing it for Bridgeport and Stratford now, so.
I would propose, and hear what everybody's saying is that, maybe we do $1 million and then do $1 million, put in $1 million and then put in $1 million for 28. Just so they can begin the first phase, cause I'm just gonna say this. That part of Fairfield is becoming to be a commercial corridor, so it is a revenue generator, it's building businesses. Just like East Main Street, parts of like Nob Hill, East Main Street, all the way up to Trumbull, where turns to Huntington Road, Stratford Avenue. So as we, in planning, cause we don't have the land, and our OPED office is not doing economic development. It's up to us to make sure that our main arteries and our main roads are developing, because they're not doing that part. The council people are actually doing it, so we have to look at this from an economic component. That strip is an economic engine, just like when they go two ways to Stratford Avenue, that's gonna be another economic corridor. So we have to start building that infrastructure ourselves. I don't like it because it is a state road, but we also see that currently, and I hate saying this, I like our governor, he's not investing a lot of money into our cities and our infrastructure. And to that point is that we have to start compartmentalizing our small economic development district by district. Like you see Main Street, North Main Street is finally, it's gotten very big. They did 3 years ago, we did all that Vision Zero stuff up there, they changed the lights and all that stuff. So, and I'm really surprised that it took long for Brewster Street to happen, but I was there when somebody else got hit by a car on St. Patrick's Day, like literally right there. But I would say go $1 million, ask our state rep if he could bring in some money, and then really work with the state to bring in some other money, cause that's and then we could put one in one.
Yeah,
If we don't have to do it, we don't have to do it.
Listen,
That's
I
the-
appreciate that support. I'd be happy with $1 million even for next year. If nothing else, just to get it
Because
on.
like, that would mean Steve's got an ass list, Fred's gotta bring his aunt some more LoSiP money. And,
That's right.
you know, we need
I can
some more
forget,
business zero money.
I can forget about my delegation.
Just finish one thing.
I'm
so
just saying,
the-
so we can have that.
The planning study for this was a combination of state and OPED and the city.
Right.
So,
Right.
you know, there's sort of a three-legged stool moving ahead on this.
I would say one.
And,
One leg's
and
not
again,
moving.
you don't wanna, you know, we all see it, right?
I
We
make
do
a-
studies and then nothing happens.
I make a motion that in the out years of 2027, 2028, that we put $1 million in for, what's it called?
Fairfield Avenue renovation.
Fairfield Avenue renovation.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank
Make
you
sure
all.
you take care of the side of,
Much
PT.
appreciated.
Make sure you take care of the side, I want to see some new businesses over there, not some of that shit now. All right.
Tell you more about that, yeah.
Go ahead,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Frank?
Just through the chairs, because I'm expecting that there could be maybe 2 schools that we could add to the plan, so just to help balance these out, maybe an offset. So in FY '27, there's $2.1 million in for various park improvements. They've traditionally gotten, it looks like between $300,000 and $500,000, so maybe we can reduce that to offset some of these ads that you have in the out years.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine, whatever way you need to set it up, that's fine, okay?
Yeah.
So I think 1.5 million, decrease those by
Right.
1.5, just to help.
Yep.
So net, you'd be adding between 27 and 28 right now. You'd be adding 500,000 if you take 1.5 out of the
Okay.
various parks.
All right.
Okay.
And then
Anything
we'll
else?
take it from, since it's an off years, you know, it's not like it's gonna be next year, so we can handle that. By that time, we should know what the state's gonna be doing. If they're gonna lift the guardrails one day, we might be in good shape.
Yep.
I doubt it.
Okay, other questions, issues on capital? So we need to vote on this.
Do you want me to reflect these changes and print out?
Yeah, so do
Yeah,
you
so
mind
then,
going off to
yeah.
do that?
Yes.
And,
And then come back and.
there's not a lot of change, right?
Mr.
No.
Chair, one more
Yeah.
thing before you go, Frank.
Yes.
Run,
I
Frank.
just got a text from Amy Marie Rizzo, who's a committee
Oh.
member, asking if we can increase Barnum from 300 to 500, to add another 200.
Hold it.
I'm just saying, I'm just
I
putting the
don't
ad.
know. Let me say this.
She just asked me to ask.
Museum.
Oh, the museum. Listen to me. I want everybody just to listen. That building is our building. We have treated it like a stepchild. I don't see anything wrong with increasing it to $500,000. And I'll tell you why. Because if we had been doing our job, being good landlords, we wouldn't be in the position we are today. And I think the Barnum Museum hasn't really gotten a lot of love from Bridgeport, even though P.T. Barnum was here. So I think we should do $500,000 and let them turn this into a first class, like the Peabody Museum. We need something to, and I don't think Amy Marie is asking for too much. I wanted to do $500,000. I don't know where the 300,000, but $500,000. I didn't know where the 300 came from, but.
There's 300 and there's 528.
Yeah.
Say that again, please.
If you look at it here, if I'm looking correctly, there's 327 and there's 528. Or 26 and 28, sorry.
You're talking on the proposal here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the renovations, that's what we're talking about, aren't we?
That's what we're
Right.
talking about, the
Right.
renovations.
There's 500 in the 28 year.
So she was asking to up the 300 to 500. Okay, and I don't see nothing wrong
So
with that.
here's,
Go ahead.
oh, Rich, go ahead.
Okay, but when it came to about this, I didn't understand why some members didn't know that we own the building. Because it was shocking to me, some council members didn't know that.
I know it.
We are responsible for the building. Y'all haven't gave them nothing
That's right.
for the longest,
That's right.
or taking care of the building that y'all was supposed to be taking care of.
That's just a
Right?
renovation.
Just like y'all do the Board of Ed, y'all do a lot of other places y'all don't take care of until it falls apart.
You're part of
Now,
us.
do I got a problem with it? No, even though they said the boiler's only 280,000, I don't know why we're jumping up to 500,000. But is that what y'all want to do? That y'all do. I was just bringing it out there. They came at us with a price. Now it just jumped to 500,000.
So what was,
Okay.
what was, to the chair, what was the price, Rich?
200, 285. That's all they said it would
So why are
cost.
we saying 5?
I don't know.
If they came with the price,
We gave
because
them 300, yeah.
And we gave them 300 just to cover 15,000 just in case any overruns, whatever they wanna call it, happens.
Constance, you wanna?
Yeah, through the chair, just a comment, because this is just something that came up to my mind, when the executive director was, presenting. No objections at all about putting this money in, it's our building, but just know that the museum still needs about $30 million of renovations before they can open their doors.
Correct.
So this will preserve the building, this will not open the museum.
right.
No, I agree with you.
Dang.
And,
That's that child.
now, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
through
sure,
you,
go, go.
through you. Keep in mind it's our building. And we have been slumlords on a whole bunch of buildings,
Yeah, we're good for that.
starting with the ballpark, starting with the arena.
Board of Ed.
Okay, so, I get kinda upset because when we're supposed to, if I was a property owner and I did to my tenants what the city of Bridgeport does to its tenants, y'all would be screaming if this was a property owner and did the stuff that we've done, y'all be calling them, evict them, let's go after them, let's take them to court. I don't think $500,000 is a lot of money to ask for it, and it's still not gonna be open.
You go to Fred
Fred?
Johnson and,
Fred, Eddie, and
I mean,
Natasha.
that's why I think, cause based on what Constance said, it's gonna take 30 million to open it, so 280 and what Rich and them have proposed I think that's good because of the fact that it's still working on it, it's a work in progress. To put 500,000 and it's not gonna be open, I think that's just a little too much right now, and we could just put it 280, what he said. I agree with the 280.
Okay.
In regards to the bonding, what is the actual, so if, let's say we bonded 500, what is that costing us as a city?
Whatever they
Say we bond what?
Whatever they-
So if we bond for $500,000 for,
Another 200?
so it'd be 700 that we have to pay back.
No, you're bonding, no, the proposal is to, right, they need say 300 for the boiler. So you're talking about bonding another 200, right? So you're gonna pay interest on $200,000 for the next 20 years. So,
4%.
yeah. So there's a value of that in today's dollars. I could do the calculation real quick, but.
So the board of directors of.
As a rule of thumb, double it.
So the board of directors of the Barton Museum, it costs 30 million to open the doors. So right now, they're trying to preserve, because I remember seeing when the boiler, or what you call it, it blew up, right? So everything is about preserving it. If that's the case, we're not moving it any faster, so 300, because also, I'm just thinking about numbers, as we keep going up this list, we continue to owe people the state money on these bonds, and we ain't got money. So I get
That's
it,
right.
but the 300 for right now, it's not hurting anybody to just do the 300. I understand if they would've came and been like, we need 300 or $500,000 in order to open up. That makes sense. If we're just preserving what's inside the building and the building structure itself, then do the 300 for right now.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, Ernie, go ahead.
I don't know the physical conditions or why Amy wanted to move it up to $500,000, but I can assure you it is to work on that building. And so the money's, let's say you do the $500,000, it ain't gonna just sit there. She's gonna have to use it to help redo that building on the inside.
I think we're all missing the mark on here a little bit. And I say this because that building is it's a part of the National Registry right now. It is our building. Construction was built around that building, right? It built the whole actual building around that building.
My positions.
And then, the other thing is, if you know anything about construction, and anybody who sat on school construction knows, you open a building, like it happened with Central. Everybody loves the Central edition, but nobody remembered that it costed almost $4 million extra.
Over.
Because we opened the wall and it was a bunch of mess. And the asbestos removal jacked up the price almost double. So I only say, and I understand, we say 300,000. I did an asbestos to remove 2 tiles in the classroom. It went from $2,000 to $8,000 because oops, they removed 1 tile and we had to do two classes because it had to be all the basement. And when we're talking about preservation, we are preserving a building that if we were talking about if we were very lucky that it was only an eye injury that happened, we would be paying more out in liability if the 2 individuals in the day it exploded were actually hurt. So it has been a stepchild. Preservation wise, we have to do better and that also is a revenue driver that we don't use.
That's right. You're right.
Because we've never invested in it as a city. So again, it's 200,000. We've put $200,000 in things that we've never done, as Scott said before. We've done studies on things that we've never implemented. But we're doing it to preserve a building, which she has raised. If you heard what she said, she's raised a lot of money on her own without the city's help.
That's right.
So for us to be a drop in the bucket is not really a lot to go to 200,000. Because I have the fear that it's gonna come back to us, that they're gonna ask for more money anyway. I guess another 100 or something.
They're going to.
Something's gonna go wrong, because nothing ever goes right.
Jeanette?
I agree. I'm just curious why they haven't come to us and asked us to bond a lot more money so we can try to get this building open. You know, and I get the cost, but if we want this facility open, it's been closed for too long. And it is a force, it's a moneymaker for us. I mean, it's one of our national, histories, but don't come to us for 300,000, come to us for like 10 million. Let's get the ball going somewhere along the line. Do it now or do it later, but I mean, the cost goes up. Construction fees, you can't get a 2x4 that doesn't cost you $20 now, it used to be $3. So that's my mindset, to try to give them a big chunk.
Ernie, and then I'm gonna say something and then we're gonna make a decision.
Let me just say this. We all have slighted memories. The reason she didn't come to the city, look at the people that was in charge of it. The same people, and y'all don't want me to mention names, because I'll do it. That messed up the ball field. That messed up the arena. And a list of things I can say why the museum didn't even want to be bothered. Because back then, I don't have to tell you. I'll just say the FBI. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
She didn't want to get caught up in that. So she never asked. She didn't want to go through all the stuff that was happening. So I would hope that we up it to $500,000. I'm sure they're going to be back. But at least we're showing that we want to help them. That's why I think she, Amy Marie asked to up it 200,000 more.
Okay. So what I'm just gonna share, I feel like the 300 ask, they came to us very specifically 285. When the director was here, it became very obvious that she really has not engaged with our buildings people. And I'm gonna say really that's incumbent on that organization to work with us, because it is our building. And in contrast, I will highlight the Klein, where the director there has engaged with us, said, I need this, I need that, working together. I feel good that there's 500,000 in 28 earmarked for the Barnum. So I'm comfortable with 300 this year and 500 in 2 years, that's 800. That's my view. And I do hope she works more with our buildings people.
Can I ask, Heidi, do you remember how much ARPA money they got?
I don't remember.
Yeah, offhand?
But the issue with that, it wasn't for facilities, it was for, they digitized programs to do, which is really
Yeah,
cool. But it wasn't for the building.
You know, okay, I was curious, okay.
Okay.
You know,
I make
That's a
a motion
month.
to increase Barnum to half a million to 2026.
I second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Committee members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm both.
I'm opposed too, but we got 1, 2, 3.
Who three?
You said yes or no?
He said yes.
All right, so yes is Ernie. Reverend Lee?
Yeah,
Jeanette?
uh-huh, I want the 5 million,
No.
I mean, 5, whatever, yeah.
You're a no, Rich?
Yeah, I'm a no.
Jeanette, you're a no?
Unless we're gonna give them more money, I don't think it makes any sense.
Okay. Fred?
Much
I
more.
don't think it makes sense neither if we're not giving them more money.
All right, I got another motion.
Okay.
Since y'all wanna, let's give them some money. I make a motion that we give them 5 million. Since y'all wanna give them some money, so that they could do the job right, and that's what y'all saying.
Well, they need 30.
So, I don't know, because she hasn't come, but y'all wanna do it, so let's put it in an off year. So we'll let them know we're serious about a commitment to help them get done whatever it is, cause they're gonna raise their money, so y'all said, let's do it. I will make a motion that in the off year, 27, 28, What is it?
Yep, there's a 500,000 and 28 already.
it's a $500,000
You go
and 28.
1.5, 1.5, 1.5, so you need 5.
That's
So you
fine,
need 5 million.
let's do that. That's good.
In 29, 30, add another 500,000 each year?
Yep.
Well, that's what he wants, that's what
So
he's trying to say.
that's what I'm trying to say, so that way,
Seems to be like,
at least we're showing them, we're making a commitment. Now, they may not wanna use it, they may get the
And that's
money,
fine, and then we'll come back.
it
but at least
seems,
they ain't gotta come
okay,
back.
Can I,
Scott,
Scott,
it seemed to me like that I'm gonna be an old lady by the time they open that museum.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
I know.
because it seemed to me like,
One time,
I don't
guys.
know why is it that we just can't bond or do something so we can get that museum open? There's no point in doing piecemeal, whatever, you know, no point in doing that. Either we're gonna open the museum or we're gonna close it. So it's gonna be about 30-30 by the time we open that museum, you know? Let's get the money and open it. You know, we bond for everything else, you know? Cause doing the piecemeal like that, I'm gonna be an old lady. I won't be able to walk down to the museum.
Okay. Jeanette and then Rich?
I just would like for the chairs to request her to come and meet with the budget committee, so we find out what this deal is, cause I'm hearing $30 million that they need to get that place open, so she needs to come to us, let us know what the plan is, and then move forward.
She did give us, through the chair, she did give us a presentation, it's here, how much she's already raised herself.
Well, I know she raises good money, but.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
it's not that she's not raising the money, it's just,
No,
we're saying that.
we know she's
We're
raising.
just saying, come with us with a dollar figure.
And what's actually happening, so.
My thing is this, if I can through the chair. We're making a mountain out of a molehill.
A little bit.
Because, and I'm gonna say, I supported it when the amphitheater came to us and they needed extra more money.
That's right.
And we got manual sinks and manual toilets. We didn't get none of the state-of-the-art stuff. We got marble walls, but we got manual sinks and manual toilets. I only say that as a snide remark, because we didn't have a problem doing it, because it's our building. And this is our building that the winter season to preserve the artifacts that are in there, and it's not because she wants to put marble on the damn wall.
Right.
She's putting a heating system, which we know, just the dome itself
was a task amongst itself, and it went over budget. So versus us having to come back, if she doesn't use it, it still sits there, just like every other project that we don't overfund, that we bond for, and the money just sits there. We can use it. She could still has the money to use it for something else, cause it's still for the museum. It's not like it's gonna sit there for 10 or 12 years. Eventually it's gonna be eaten up by something, cause something else gotta be fixed with the HVAC. So what we're talking about is apples and oranges. I understand you want $30 million, but for 12 years, she has been in Siberia with the administration. And I wanna remind everybody that if it was not for Scott Burns, who brought the client in and forced him to come to start talking to us, he wasn't getting any attention either, cause he got cut out of the district.
That's right.
Of the entertainment district.
That's right.
By our own administration, which sits in there now, when we were bonding to do all of that teardrop.
In
Just that
2016.
little corner, cut out the client, so it's no longer part of that special district. We voted for that and accepted that. So if Scott would have reached out and said, you can still come, because the public facilities director then did not wanna deal with them either. So I'm only saying, I don't wanna give $5 million, and I know Ernie's doing it to be aggressive and obnoxious about this.
Yeah, I am.
But, like, let's think smarter. $200,000 is not gonna kill us.
No, I
We've
am.
done $200,000. We paid $2 million for a slab of cement, so somebody could back up a truck so it could get washed. And we didn't even know we spent the money.
That's right.
So come on, it's our building. It's just and I don't wanna come back to hear her say, we need another 200,000, and then we're gonna give it to her anyway. We're gonna give it to her anyway.
All right, let me
Everyone
go to
go.
Councilman
That's my only
Ortiz, please.
Don't have a problem. The problem is, Diane, you came for one thing only. If she had a long plan and telling us, listen, we need 35 million to get this place open in 3 years, let me finish. Then that's what you come with. But she didn't come with none of that other than say, our boilers are broke, this is what it's gonna cost to fix it so we can get our stuff back in control. That's what she said. Now you wanna keep giving her money, you can knock yourself out, but that is the taxpayer dollars. Keep that in mind. Cause we the ones who got it, like you, gotta explain in our district why, especially my north end people, that I gotta explain to them when their taxes go up, and be like, well, you spent all this money over here. Well, I gotta go explain that.
I don't
Okay?
think the tax
I'm
is
just
gonna go
saying-
up over $200,000.
I'm not asking that. What I'm saying is I gotta go explain it to them, okay?
$200,000.
Just like they complain about the Board of Ed, you just keep going on with it.
It's not
When
gonna-
somebody
it's not
explains the
gonna
Board of
fit.
Ed, we gotta explain that to them as well,
We do, we
okay?
do.
They don't wanna hear it. They wanna know where our tax dollars going.
I think Amy
If you're not
Marie-
thinking about the people that pay the taxes, that's your problem.
Well, I pay taxes.
I pay way more than you, and trust me, I look at it every time I gotta pay it, and I don't
pay
get nowhere
taxes.
near the services.
Every time I pay my rent, I pay somebody's taxes. Every time I pay my rent, or anybody pays rent in this
All right.
city,
Yeah,
we help
we
people
got it,
own
we
their
got it,
homes and
we
make
got it.
taxes.
We're gonna
And I
stick
just
to
wanna
this
clarify
item.
something.
This
I
item.
think Councilwoman Amy Marie is just trying to err in the rule of caution. Because historically, and you who are in school buildings, when we do this construction, for a perfect example, the chillers. Brand new building, and we're already spending almost $1 million on chillers. That's a brand new building. Not 20 years old.
That's what happens when you pick the wrong
And
chiller.
I'm just saying, we're spending it on chillers, and we own the building. Let me finish.
Good.
Let me finish.
Respond to that.
Every time we have to put infrastructure money in, we own these buildings. So we own this building. This is something like if we were gonna do in the school, we have to change the furnace. It is something that's a necessity. It's not for beautification. It's a necessity. And if you don't wanna do the 300, then just leave it at 300. But my point that is Ernie's being obnoxious because everybody's saying we need to give them more money. But you're right, we do. We have to plan for that, and that is a plan. But right now, the necessity of the body is to give her the 300. And maybe she just asked for 300 because she didn't think she was gonna get more than that. But this is real. $15,000 for a plus or minus on a project of that, on a building like that, of that magnitude. I think she should have asked for 400. That's my point.
Look, she came to us with a very concrete proposal, very specific. I think we're honoring that. I will certainly go with Councilman Newton as far as the out years, adding 500. I think that's a good indication and respects Councilwoman
He wants to do a
Benicia.
5 million.
And, no, he, and I think Councilwoman Herron is spot on that we really need to hear what the heck's going on there. I mean, it's been getting renovated for 15 years,
Scott,
but,
we want it to be a moneymaker. We want people
Right.
to utilize it. And the way we're going, they're not. So comparing the amphitheater, I love that analogy, but they're making money in the city and our businesses downtown are making money. So it's a big difference. They opened up after we gave them that extra money. You can't compare either. That's never gonna get open if we don't get aggressive.
well, we gotta hear the plan. Rich?
That's all I'm not arguing. Now, the children thing, you wanted to go there, I'm gonna go there. That's not, I wasn't on school buildings at that time. I'm sorry, y'all picked the wrong ones, but that is really the same thing. We went to Bassett, we did a walkthrough.
Yeah.
We went through the whole little heating thing.
Don't
And-
say
I'm
y'all.
saying- no,
Don't say y'all. You say
Whoever-
y'all. You
I
part
didn't sit
of
on the
us
council
now.
at
You
that
part of
time.
us,
I didn't
so
sit on
you
the
do
council
y'all.
at that time. So whoever sat at the council should.
I
do
went
that,
on the
right?
council when they did Fair
We
Children.
just went through the walk-through Bassett and went through that same problem, right? They just put brand new. And in 7 years, you're gonna be replacing those.
That's
fucking
right.
waters.
That's right.
That's right.
Because you went with the wrong way. We know that because we have done it at sports where we took those fucking things and we threw them in the trash. And we spent over 65 million. And come to find out they were trash.
Wow.
Just giving you an idea.
Can I close?
Yeah. All right,
Let
Councilman
me
Newton?
just close. You know, sometimes I try to have a sense of humor. I would be happy because I want to show her that you can do business with us. Because for a long 20 years, she didn't do nothing. That's why that building's in the bad shape it is. I mean, she raised, I'm talking about the city of Bridgeport
right.
being a slumlord for 20 years.
More than that.
So
Speak up.
I would hope that at least this will show her. We'll step in if we have to by putting it in the off years. But I do want her to come because she may have some immediate things that she needs that maybe we'll be able to help her. Okay?
Okay. Frank,
Do
did
we
you?
have to vote?
We do, but I think Frank was gonna say
Y'all
something
going for
before.
5
but-
million. You didn't get a second on it.
I was just gonna say, if you do add money in the out years, then I would just say, look at an offset, cause you do have the two schools, you have, you know, paying attention to what the rating agencies look at and stuff like that. You know, you just wanna balance it out.
All right.
As an alternative, I was just gonna say you have 500,000 in an in FY 28, so maybe make it 250 in FY 27 and 250 in FY 28.
And
Bump it
that'll
up.
give me what?
Wait, I think, I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about 528 and then 29 and 30.
Oh,
for
yeah.
that.
I was just saying if you wanted
Yeah.
to maybe move up the 500,000 to 27, so you don't have to add that much money in the out years. But the out years are far away. so
All right,
whatever
that's
you
fine.
want.
Whatever way it works.
No. We
What?
should go with the 5 million. If we're gonna,
No.
No. Let's have the real conversation. And yep, I'm gonna filibuster this until I get the 5 million. If we're talking about giving them money, and that's the whole point that she didn't ask for, and Jeanette is saying we need to give her some money,
Yeah.
and Ernie wants to show that we're serious,
Yeah.
then let's put her big boy pants on, big girl
Ernie,
pants
I'll
on,
second your-
and
I'll
start
second
really
your
putting the
motion.
money in there. Because this fight is about $200,000.
Yeah.
But y'all said
But
show.
y'all wanna show some money, some interest.
But she needs to come in.
Let's go for the gusto.
Now, we may.
And then we figure out school construction later. Cause we're gonna have to come back and amend it later.
We sure
So,
are.
that's the obnoxious part about it. And I know I'm being obnoxious, and yes I am, because I feel that, I believe that is not, or we could do this, I'll tell you what. We give her 800,000 now. Forget about 27, we give the 800
We don't even know
now.
what she would do with it.
We-
How,
We've given OPM and everybody else money, we don't know what they do with it. We put money
Yeah,
in
that's
the
why
sidewalk,
we-
we don't know what
we
they do
cut
with it.
back on
And we
different
don't have a
departments.
problem.
So why don't we give her the 300 now,
I'm
get
just-
an
I'm
answer
just
about what
saying.
the heck's
I'm just
going
saying.
on?
I say-
with that.
And
I say we commit to figure out how to do the 5 million so we can start building it up. Not a half a million. Half a million is nothing. Half a million is 200,000 less than what she's asking for right now. We're gonna do that every year. What's she gonna fix? Another furnace? Come on. We're not really not doing much of nothing with a half a million every year. Do the 5 million, figure it out. Put it in there.
And I don't like the idea of rewarding someone who's
I
managed
don't
a
either.
city
I don't
property for years and has never come to us.
But
So,
I gave
you
you
know,
a reason.
what do you do now?
I gave you a reason.
I know you
why
did.
she
I
didn't
know,
come.
but that's still not.
But she's here now.
not
She
enough.
came now as an emergency. Imagine if that would have never happened. She would never still come to us.
I think this lets her know
The
that we're
flood guy never
friendly.
came to us. He messing with my flooding.
I think this will show her that the city's a
city
friendly
council-
landlord, city council friendly landlord. I would hope that we'll send a message to her that you're not doing this by yourself, because it's not her job just to take the responsibility on raising money and keeping that building afloat. That's our job. Okay? And we've done a poor job, and so y'all don't want to reward her. Y'all want to say, let's do the minimum. Okay? That's her fault. Now, I just supported you
Yeah.
on doing millions of dollars on a gateway, whether it's 1 million or 0 million. All right? Because that's something that we need. We've got a building that we own. We don't own Fairfield Avenue. The state owns it. But we're willing to step up, because you know how slow the state acts. Okay? So that's why I'm asking you all to do it. And don't put all the onus on her. Well, she didn't stop by. You wouldn't have stopped by if you had to deal with the crazy folk that was running this city before. I'm talking about public facilities.
I know who you're talking about.
All right? So I wouldn't have come here. So that's why she didn't come. She had every reason not to come. So we're going to punish her because she didn't never come to us and ask for help? That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't
I
think
just-
you're punishing her. I'm just
Can I-
re-asking for her to come in.
We can have her come in, but we're going to put something on here to let her know
Exactly.
we're going to be friendly for you coming in to explain. You may need more than this.
You're right.
But at least come in and show us.
Changing the out years. Frank?
No, just through the chair, like I said, I mean, if I would say you just wanna offset it, right, so it's not a net impact to the bonding in the future out years, cause we're all gonna be ready looking at higher bond capacity with these schools. And you know, I understand the desire to show and for messaging, right, but this is ultimately something that I know will come up on rating calls, how much are you bonding, how much debt capacity you're taking on. So I would just be worried, I understand you wanna say a message, but I would just be wary of sending a message with the plan. Maybe an alternative is having public facilities go and, you know, speak to her and start to get the relationship, that way. If you guys are fine with offsetting it in the out years by taking money away from other projects, that's your decision. I would just push for net zero. If you're gonna add money, take it out of somewhere.
Can we vote now so I can go?
Well,
All right, Ernie, what's your proposal? Just so we know what we're specifically talking about.
What was it? What did you say for me to look at? We were going to do it the way I just did it. You said you would spread it out 1 point. What did you say you would do?
I think what I had suggested is there's 500,000 in 2028. If you wanna give them an extra 200,000, take the 500,000, make it 250 and 250. That was what I had said. I think what you had I think
Well,
with you and Scott.
She's got three now. She's got three now, right?
now,
She's
yes.
got three now.
Yeah,
We want to bring it up to 5, right?
Bring it, you increase by 200.
Right. So,
yeah. So do you wanna put the 250 in FY '27 and move it up a year? And then make 250 in '27 and 250 in '28 and move it up? Huh? 350 in.
Or, Frank, is this stretch it out but indicate our commitment if we did 250 in the 4 following out years?
Oh, yeah, that could.
Does that
Yeah, that makes sense.
make sense? Cause
Let me ask you a
that's a
question.
full million on top of this specific ask, and then when she comes in, we can move it from
Let
there.
me just ask a question.
Cause we might wanna ask for more than five, well, go ahead.
I don't know what she's gonna ask for, okay? But I think to just offer her 300,000. She may have said she needed two something. I don't, I can't recall.
It was 285.
285. I don't see, I still mind-boggling to me, because this is bonding dollars, that adding 200 more to the 300 is a big issue. I can't understand that. That all we're gonna do is add 200 to it, but you all will allow us to, in the off years, put almost 5 million in there.
No, I'm suggesting 1 million for the 4 out years, and if she comes to us, pitches us the plan, what the future expenses are, how she's gonna work with our own building people.
And I would hate to vote,
Any other way, I think at least that, I do feel that it demonstrates a serious commitment.
I would really hate to vote against this bonding package on the floor, man. Or to filibuster it in the wee nights of that day. I would hate to do that.
Yeah, well, through the chair, right, so we're talking about sending a message, right, so that's one aspect of it. And then we're talking about, they need 300,000, maybe they need an additional 200,000. And I think from these meetings and what I'm doing with the biweekly capital meetings is to find older money that maybe could be repurposed, right? So you don't necessarily need to put new money in here, I think, to give them that. I think 200,000, if they need it, that we could probably find it.
If I
right?
can get a commitment from, and then we're leaving off this here, from you, that we leave it at the 3, but you're going to look around and find another 200 to add to that total.
Yeah, so
That's all, it's just a yes or no answer. Ernie, I'm gonna go. I know, listen, I got the same bond
Yeah.
folder you got. I can find 200.
Yeah.
Okay, if I got that assurance, that when we leave this meeting, before we get to vote on this package on Monday, you'll be able to find me 200, and you can show me, Ernie, look, this is right here. It's for the museum. We can amend it and put it there. Is that fine?
Procedurally, I could
Whatever the
probably find you
procedures are.
200,000, but there would be, right, if it's money from another project, right, it's not like I could just move the money, right? It'd probably have to come through you guys again.
So we'll have an emergency meeting that night, and we'll move it. Listen, I like y'all, but I ain't going, and in God we trust, all others pay cash. You gotta show me, because I know what happens.
Oh, I agree with you on that. You gotta show it.
So if you can find it, it's easy to make amendment on the floor. That ain't hard.
Yeah.
So if you can do that, then we'll leave here, vote on this, and everything's on record, so I ain't worrying about it. I'm willing to give her, we can find it $500,000, I'm willing to do that.
Okay, Jeanette?
I could pretty much say in the Board of Ed line, there are things that have already been completed, so that's a thing to look at.
Good.
All right, so I will remove, I gotta withdraw, cause we didn't cast the vote on it.
He
No.
made a motion.
We
never
voted on the
voted.
300, but I wanted to know clearly what you were asking for on the out years, possibly.
All right, so he's gonna find it for me, am I correct?
If there's another 200 that's needed this year,
Yeah, he's
my
not using it.
my hunch is Frank can find it.
So so we don't have to do my out years now, right? Cause I wanna make a commitment to the board that we do the off years. But at the Monday meeting, we'll have the $500,000 that we're gonna make sure.
If you
is
don't have
above
it on Monday,
Oh, he'll find it, listen, we know where it is, don't worry about that.
Okay.
So let's vote on this amendment.
Well, what is the amendment?
Change it, print it out, give it
What
back.
did you change it to? He was just telling me how he was gonna change
Change
it.
the paper, bring
Take
it
the
back out to
500 to 250 the next
Right.
report.
So you guys, so you wanna do 250 and 27 and 250 and 28? Or
That
just,
would work.
That's fine.
I'm okay.
That's fine. I won't kill y'all yet.
Really?
I started to give him the 15 million, but we'll be nice, cause we got schools, construction, we got some other stuff.
Yep. Okay.
All right, so what should my amendment be, Scott?
I,
You're
The-
gonna remove your motion, I thought.
no, well, it was never seconded, so,
Yeah.
yeah, so you can withdraw your motion.
motion.
So I
Alright,
think
I'm gonna
your
withdraw the
motion
motion.
is to allocate 250,000 to FY 27 and 250,000 to FY 28.
That's what my amendment is, with the understanding, cause
With the understanding that
Monday,
200,000 will be
add it to the 300 that we already
You'll
have.
find it.
to find
We'll
the
find it.
functioning money.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Make sure that's
Second from
reflected in the
Jeanette.
record in the minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, he
Yep.
has to find it.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, Frank.
Second from Jeanette. Committee members all in favor of that amendment?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
No.
You're not committee
I-
members, man.
You wanna filibuster?
I still want the 5 million.
Okay, you're a no.
All right.
All right,
If
we
nothing
got
else
that.
is
All
before
right,
us,
hold on.
No, we
We-
gotta go print this out.
We need final,
oh, he's got to
numbers,
All
yeah.
right.
So, yeah,
should I rename, cause it says Exhibit A on the title, but you guys said you exhibit it as
He's
Exhibit
gonna go
C?
print something off, right?
yeah, we
So
can just
should I rename it just
adopt
to be
it as
consistent?
amended.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you gonna go
So-
print something off for us, right? So
Yeah.
we'll know what we're doing.
Let's see.
I'll be right back.
It's C now, but we're gonna amend it.
Right, so it becomes.
So it'll become D.
My own record.
Let's call it D.
Just need
Yeah.
the one that's corrected, yeah.
Yeah, we'll exhibit it as D. You can leave it as Exhibit A. As a, I've always tried to say it's a working document,
Okay.
You
so
wanna hang out for a few more minutes?
stuff you have to do.
Alright, so I'm gonna print this.
Are we gonna recess for 2 minutes?
Yeah, we can recess for 5 minutes.
Okay,
Um,
whatever
10,
you vote
she did
on, my
15, but
answer
I'm
is
30.
yes. I gotta go.
You got to stay.
You gotta go.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I was telling you all.
So are we gonna recess for 10 minutes at least?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
have 10 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna vote on it,
I did too.
and then you gotta vote again on Monday.
Yeah, we'll
So,
go look at it in
you
the
know, I
office.
can't take your vote now because,
Okay, I'm gonna show
yeah,
you.
yeah. All right, so we'll recess for 10 minutes. It's 1:37. We'll be back at 1:47.
Do 280, I'd be real good.
There's a little food out here.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I said a 10-minute recess and we're at 11. Congratulations, well done.
I've been here for 3, so it's not my fault.
No, it's good, it's good. All right, so we'll call the meeting back to order at 1:48. We're waiting for Frank to bring us our final version of the capital plan, which we'll vote on today and then bring it up on the floor Monday. I did want to spend a little time on, getting into some of the nitty-gritty. We've heard from most departments at this point. 7 days from now, we need to be done. I think, Marie brought it up at the beginning of the meeting. If you have specific questions, issues, asks, feel free to send them to me and Ernie, and we'll try to follow up with whatever departments need it, or if it's Frank or Ken. I've started to go through it. Pieces to look at, consider, get some clarification on. I'm just gonna throw out a couple things that I just looked at and saw. One item is Bridgeport Promise. We've got 500,000 earmarked for that, but, if we're really looking to, and I think we should, consider getting more money to the Board of Ed, that may be an area we repurpose it. That's something. Yeah, no, go ahead.
So with that in mind, I'm just throwing out a what if.
Mm-hmm.
The state takes over
The Board of Ed?
and changes out everyone. What does that mean for us in regards to what we do when it comes to allocating funds to the budget? No change?
To Bridgeport Promise?
No, I'm talking about to the Board of Ed.
The Board of Ed as a whole?
It's the same.
On our end, it's
we-
business as usual.
Sort of seen it, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Business
the
as usual.
day to day
They say the
will
same.
continue, but the leadership will change and maybe the deep dive audit and, yeah, very good.
I asked the budget gentleman to, and we're talking about the budget stuff now.
Yep.
To look at how much money, I didn't feel like doing the math, of what the cost is for the extra mile or mile and a half our kids had to walk.
Yeah, I
What's that
requested that
total
also.
number? What's the total?
Mhm.
And I thought about it. If there's any money we need to find, it should be for that. Transportation, because I don't see our kids being able, and I think we did that one time before. We found money to put in there, so I'm hoping that when he comes back with the final total, that'd be one of the things that we consider. We did it before, add that money back. At least is going to somewhere that we know has a great impact on the kids. And that's the kids having to walk that extra mile or mile and a half. Scott?
Yeah, great.
I just want to interject.
Yeah.
I just want to remind you, Ernie, that when the Board of Education laid off that transportation office, those funds were supposed to be used to stop them from having to increase the walking mileage. Now, the question is, they gave the actual contract of all of that work to We Transportation itself. So there was no cost, them laying off the people, closing that whole transportation department. They had, what, 3 people in there?
I think so.
And that was supposed to be a cost, and we had already given them the $500,000, and they're still saying the same thing. So my question is, every year we've always given them whatever they've been missing, because if you remember, every year, right about when school starts, they don't want a pay for the busing for charter schools. And every year, the city finds a way of giving them another $500,000.
That's right.
And we don't put it in the budget, and that's outside of what the council gives them. So
Right.
whatever we allocate, we always end up giving them a half or $250,000 outside of our operating from somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I would be very leery, because they're supposed to have gotten savings now to have to stop doing what they're doing, or have to have brought it back.
That's true.
That's all I'm saying on that one.
Okay, Jeanette, go ahead.
Let's Rich first, cause he raised his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With the busing, it's a little concerning, because you're right, we've done that with whatever the amount of money. I requested from Scott to get the numbers from Nestor, because they have that amount.
Okay.
That's supposed to be, cause I had told you
Okay.
about that. Let's find out. The administration there, I think they're gonna try to do walk that distance, so it's talked, to see, just to prove a point.
Right.
I mean, wintertime is gonna come.
That's right. Rain.
A lot of these streets have no sidewalks.
That's right.
And if we're gonna do and not give them the money or not, we're gonna have to make our police accountable to make sure that our residents are shoveling their snow.
Right.
Because it's a 24-hour turnaround, and most of them don't.
That's right.
So we have to, there's a lot of logistics on this, and that's safety for these poor kids.
Right.
I don't agree with the 2.5, and that's where my logic was to try to figure that one out. But she's right, we've gotta make sure it's going to be used for that.
Right.
I think with the superintendent and with the mindset, it will be done correctly,
Right.
because you know
This
Nestor
time.
the way he is there.
Well, I'm just through you, Mr. Chair. I think that because we did it before, we need to get the actual total, but last time, and tell me if I'm wrong, I thought we earmarked.
No, we didn't.
Well, that's our fault,
No, we
because
wanted
we
to
should
earmark
have,
it.
what we
No.
should have done was say, this is going to be for
Yep.
the transportation for the kids that have to walk that extra mile or mile and a half. I thought we did
We
that.
can't do that, we have to give it to them, not in our budget, outside the
Outside
budget.
the budget, yep.
Because then we're required
To give them
to
constant.
give it to them every single year. That's why we can't be in the budget line if you wanna do that.
No, I remember, whatever you put in, you gotta redo, whatever the number we give them, we gotta keep giving them that number every year, so. you
That
gotta
MBR.
remember that, right.
So,
Yeah.
you have to remember, that's why we've
Right.
always given it on the side, and we've always allocated,
Right.
even before COVID, always giving them 250 to $500,000 to cover those 2.5 weeks that they didn't want to use the busing for.
Right.
And then, during COVID, we used that money to give them money for my class.
All right, so we have to
No, go ahead, that's
Ju-
fine.
just find out for us how
Yeah,
we
we'll,
do
we'll,
that.
we'll
and
find
then
out what
we can
those
find that.
projections are.
No, don't you be careful with that, that's it, cause you sit there, I was just saying, cause if you add that out in the school budget, they're gonna be
We
looking for
can't
more.
add it onto the budget,
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't
And-
add it onto the budget because every year we would have to come up, but we can earmark it.
But don't specifically, you earmark it, say it is just for that, they're gonna look for that each year.
Right.
No, they can't, no, unless it's in, unless it's under
They
the,
will watch, they
Yeah.
will watch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and again, under the MBR money, right? Once it's out of our hands, it's out of our hands. We can
That's crazy.
wish for a purpose, but that's the game. So we don't, there
Well, we
there are
can't
actually good
earmark
reasons
it,
for that.
we can't earmark
No, we
it.
can say it,
Cause
but
then we,
there
We
there
can
are
do
no
it, but
no obligation.
we can do it on a, we can do it separate. We won't
Right.
put it in MR because
then
we gotta do it every year.
Right. Okay. Amy Marie.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Sorry.
As in previous years, we've done it, and I've mentioned it before, but, again, we do our budget, the state does their budget after the fact. If they have if they have the heart to give us, in the city of Bridgeport, more money, and we can put it towards, if we want to put it towards specific, whether it's seniors, veterans, and Board of Ed. Everyone needs a piece of that pie. You just can't starve one child. You have to feed the whole family, and the family is our city. But I think if they give us a specific amount of money, we have the right to then tell what, decide amongst the budget committee and then the final vote with the full council to put that money towards something specific. So we cannot tell, on the state, city, and the federal side, we cannot tell the Board of Education where to put their money and how to spend it. But if we have specific extra money, then we can say, okay, it's going directly to the students, directly to the classroom for supplies or something. But we should do that, and whatever the amount is that we do, but again, it should not all go to, the board. As long, I'm a parent, I'm a graduate of the schools, my daughters were too, but we just have to make sure that everybody gets, something from it, because they're all taxpayers.
That just reminded me of something. Ernie, I'm gonna show you. I listened to you.
You about the only one. My kids don't listen to me, my wife don't listen to me.
It's a two-way street, honey.
No, I don't listen to them either.
All right. Go ahead, Dustin.
So my question is that since technically our budget is nothing compared to our counterparts, Hartford and New Haven. Now when Ernie, sorry, educated us previously, New Haven is basically due to them, their school district being totally magnet.
That's right.
Hartford sued.
Yeah.
We're in a crisis. Why can't we sue?
Way too late.
Well,
Why can't we what? Why we can't
We've
sue
tried that.
the state?
Well-
Through the chairs, we've tried that years ago.
Yeah.
But it just fell on deaf ears because no one wanted to ruffle any feathers or, get into concerns and, get deducted from something, but, between the city and the delegations, they didn't wanna work together years ago, and so it never happened.
And may I say, if you go back to the start of the school year, if you look up Hartford schools, they had massive cuts heading into this start of school year. And, at least for what it's worth, we're hearing about it now in April and May, so the school can prepare over the summer. But Hartford just got hit at the last minute. So, we're not the only ones that leaned on ESSER money
Right.
a little too much. But yeah, Ernie, go ahead.
And to just piggyback, if you look up and down the coast of Connecticut, there are a lot of suburb towns laying teachers off. A lot of people are being laid off in rich towns. So we're not the only one that's going through this dilemma. Stratford, you can go down the list, Westport, Greenwich, a lot of these school districts are laying off a lot of teachers. So what I'm hoping that the governor and the legislature see what's happening in Republican districts, that maybe they'll release some more monies, because everybody's affected, not just Bridgeport, not just Hartford, not just New Haven, but a lot of other towns. Am I right? Are on the bandwagon finally saying, listen, y'all gotta help us. So we'll see what happens that comes up.
All right, we'll go to Jeanette and then Heidi, and then
we
we'll
can get the vote.
I'll just say one last thing on what we've been kind of chatting about, and then we'll get to the document.
And I just have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Just as a matter of procedure, right, so I had changes in here that you guys didn't make motions on the individual changes.
Right.
So are the motions just a matter of record, cause you're voting on the plan as a whole,
Correct.
right? Okay,
Correct.
Right, because you can change it now because we haven't taken the vote on it.
okay,
So whatever we vote here, that will be it.
Yep.
okay.
Yep. All right, Jeanette, and then
So Ernie, I'm glad you said that. Statewide, we've had massive layoffs for school systems. New Haven, Hartford get more money than us because of that lawsuit, and New Haven is laying off 200 staff members.
Yeah.
Bridgeport is already up to almost 250, almost 300.
Yeah.
Just remember one thing, they're all constituents somewhere in the state.
Right.
And a lot of our employees live here. So just remember that, be cognizant of that. They are representatives all over the state. So we gotta think about that as well.
Sure.
I think,
Did you?
I know, we always talk about funding the Board of Ed. Now, I know the criticism has always been that we don't fund them. For the last 10 years, the council itself, before the mayor started putting in his portion now that he puts in, has always put in some money. So we're almost up to 10 million that we increased the MBR ourselves on the council side. So, it's not what they need all the time. And and for years, we've been hearing that they're gonna hit the cliff, We, as a city, did our part in supporting that. But also at the same time, we need to look at their audit, cause their fiscal audit's gonna speak a lot. I know that I'm trying to get the numbers of how much money they've lost in not doing refunding and getting their reimbursement on grants, which is causing part of some of these costs, and we don't hear that. We do get the quarterly financial, but I think in the quarterly financial, we have not seen like we've asked our departments for the grant portions.
Right.
Because there are monies there.
It's in there.
You know, I mean historically.
Okay.
And now we're getting that information, because historically by state statute, the council was never seeing that.
That's right.
So we can honestly be able to make those decisions, I think, with more foresight. But, I just wanna caution us that there's also the proposition that the city paid, the council again paid for another study for them, because we just paid for their building study.
Correct.
There's been a proposition that the council agreed to pay for their forensic audit if the state doesn't order one, or vice versa. So there's been chatter about the forensic audit as well. That the city would pick it up and the council would agree to pay that cost again. But the problem with that is every time we do that, as we've seen with the school construction, one that's happening right now, is that the community forgets that this is also an investment for them, for us. So right now, we're being attacked because we wanna build out Harding, we wanna do the sped thing, and nobody wants to do that. So we have to be, when we do, we all have to be on the same page. And we have to be prudent about how accountability is gonna go to the Board of Ed, and we can't hold them really accountable. And if we wanna earmark something, we're gonna have to earmark it and set it aside in our regular operating budget, with legislative intent, just for that purpose like we did for this study. So I wanna remind everybody of that. And, Scott, I'm not in agreement with the Bridgeport promising, we'll have a sidebar about that.
I just brought it up as an issue. I just brought it up as an issue. It was only the first of many.
Well,
But I'm gonna
let me-
stop right there. I don't wanna go down that road, to be honest with you.
No, but
Bridgeport
let
promise.
me say something to you.
Hey, go.
No, because this is important, man.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I commend the mayor and the council and people that want to send our kids to college, the ones that can go and want to go,
I
and
don't
parents
dispute
can't.
that.
Let me just finish.
All right.
That can't afford to send their kids to college, giving them a hand, helping them. Listen, our kids in the neighborhoods that we represent, if they don't get scholarships, if they don't get some sort of financial help, they can't go. So for people that didn't think it was a good idea, that the mayor set this money aside for our kids, I'm glad he did it, because they need help. And so, I don't know what plans y'all got, but I hope it's not to mess with the monies that was meant for promise for our kids, that we can monitor it to make sure it's being done right and those kind of things. But I hope you all ain't talking about taking that money out, doing something else. Cause if you give it to the Board of Ed, it has to be it can't be in the MER. So, what are they gonna do? What are we gonna do different, or the Board of Ed do different to make them get the money? So I would be totally against trying to move that money from the promise to make up something to give it to this person or that person to, move it, leave it right where it's at.
Okay, Amy Marie, and then I would like to close this
Then we can vote.
aspect.
And I just have 3 quick ones. Jeanette, you mentioned about BOE cuts. That's fully across the board, correct? That's not,
It's not
okay.
picky, it's across the board.
Okay, start from the top down.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, a lot.
That's what I want, but I know it is, but I just wanna make sure it's verified that that's
It
been
is.
said.
And
Okay.
we're gonna hear from them next week.
Okay.
Correct.
On the Capitol, we were discussed the other night with PD about the Evergreen parking lot in the building, but there's that 0 on this form. Did we put anything towards it?
Yeah, so I went over that. So the public facilities ended up having money available that they can, and it was on their short list of projects that they wanted to do. So the money's available
To
already
fully cover the building and the lot?
to cover Evergreen Street. And then
Okay.
Howard Avenue, instead of saying Howard Avenue, just because I had some follow-up meetings, I put it to citywide building and security improvements. And
It's
so
best
this,
that way, so it's,
and then, yeah, so it can be flexible if they don't need to do, everything that they're saying, everything that they thought, cause public facilities had different opinions about that building.
Okay, and then lastly, please, it has 0 on this paper, and I don't have the revised, and I know I
Nobody has it
wasn't here.
revised yet.
Zoo parking, to improve that and to expand a little bit, it has 0 on it. So-
Yeah, so when we had, I had met early on in the process about that lot, and there were a lot of questions that public facilities had that the zoo needed to get answers to. So the project's not like shovel ready. And I know public facilities was gonna follow up with the new director.
Okay.
But I haven't really heard anything from him about it.
I know it's been in their plans for years, as in, it was been brought to the attention of to public facilities over the years.
Yeah.
And through the budget, so I'm just curious because 1, it's needed.
Yeah.
2, even though it's considered a state park, the state doesn't come and do anything for us. We maintain that park, we maintain the roads, we maintain everything in that park.
Yeah.
They just have the title of said ownership, which, they were
Yeah.
given carte blanche to just walk away and not take care of their obligations.
Yeah, well, so I don't know, I'm familiar with the agreement between the city and the Zoological Society. If they had a side agreement with the state, I'd be interested in seeing what that.
They have their own, because it's the society
Yeah,
and
the
stuff, but
society,
it's
yeah.
different than what is between the city
Yeah.
and the state.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to take a look at that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll just close out kind of the general, and then we'll go to the last. One thing, I drew this up a while ago, but kind of shows what, quite frankly, since Ernie and I have been co-chairs with the committee, what we've given to the Board of Ed, which is average 3.2%, and the budget itself has increased about 2.4%. So we have made an increase, almost 12 million. It is 12 if you factor in the 250 we gave them last year for the study. So, I think we do need to consider how to get some more funds into the Board of Ed this year on the MBR side. And I'll leave it at that. But again, if you have specific ideas about increases, decreases anywhere, I literally got about halfway through.
I just got a question.
So there's, some things that I think we can act on, talk about. I'm not I'm not locked into anything, but yeah, go ahead.
Since you brought it up,
Yeah.
and maybe you can answer and maybe you can't. What were some of the things you looked at, and how much was you thinking about that we should consider on the Board of Ed side? Since you brought it up on the chart here,
Well,
and I'm just curious.
Yeah,
at
sure.
least I know.
So, last year we put in 3 million, which was a 3.8% increase. The year before, 2.5%, 3.3%. 2 million the year before that, 2.8%. The year before that, 2.8% at 2 million. So that year we tried to put in a little more, and the budget got squelched. And the year before that, which was the first year that you and I worked together, Ernie,
Yeah.
3.25%, 2.25. So, I guess my thought is if we're gonna continue to, that 3+% increase, we're looking at least a couple $100,000, and we've got to seriously look at that.
Just a question. I know one of the speakers testified that we put 4 million in the police budget. I'm saying
4 million more
4 million more
proposed.
Yep.
4.1.
Yep.
And we're at 3 here. If there was a way to find $1 million for them, it would be equal to what we do for police. Something to think about. So that way, at least you got something to hang your hat. We got something to hang our hats on. Then listen, the police department got a 4. We gave you 4. With tough year, tough budget, but it shows that we did go up. So I think it's something to look at. Because I do remember, I don't know if y'all remember the person that came up and said, every year y'all
This is the mayor's
increase,
budget right now.
y'all increase the
That's
police
right.
budget, that it would only be fair. That it gives us some coverage to say, well, listen, we can only give the police 4, we gave you 4.
Rich.
So something to think about,
sorry.
something to think about.
No, I get you, since I was sitting there, but actually the person what it meant to tell you, and then what they specifically said, since you're gonna give the police department 4.1 million, right?
Mhm.
Instead of giving them the 4.1.
Take it.
Give it to the board of ed at
Right.
4.1.
Right. That's what
That's what
they say.
Don't give them
Absolutely
no
right.
increase
Right.
about that at all, just give them that exact 4.1 in the board of ed.
That's, you're absolutely
And then we
right.
obligated for 7.1 million per year after that. Every year.
I understand.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I
All
understand,
right,
but.
let's go back to the
let's
capital
go
plan
to
so we
the
can see the
capital plan
final
so we can
changes
see.
and
Yeah.
vote on
Thank
this pup and go home.
I just got past it.
Yeah. We're just, while he's passing this out,
Yeah, good.
that's the problem we have with the MERV.
I can even.
Yeah.
Whatever you add this year, you could, by law, you have to add it next year.
Well,
I mean, to make,
teacher
Am I
salaries
right?
aren't going down.
That is correct.
I gotta make more copies.
But we don't have nothing to do with the teacher's salary.
Yeah, we do anyway. Yeah, we do.
Because of the budget.
Yeah, comes through the budget. Yeah.
That's right, pension liability.
You know what, you can do like Star Wars said, you need a cost of living increase.
That's what it's cost.
There you go, Chris.
311, brother Fred.
You don't want to pay no 30 days, you want no nothing.
But the same thing is if, they want SROs in the schools, that costs money on the police and city side, so.
Not everybody wants SROs in the schools.
They want security guards, but it's the same thing.
No, it's not the same.
Well, certain, well,
That's why Frank wanted
back
to make them more
in the
copies.
80s, 90s,
Yeah.
there was two kinds of
Yeah.
security guards at this.
That's right.
Well, because one was a security guard with no
Some of it is-
sidearm,
Right.
and there was one with sidearm. I learned that when I had to,
That's what it
schedule
looked
and
like.
rent an officer for my meetings, so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know that,
You know,
Did they
Mm.
fix
And
the issues they had previously
do you mean it's
last
wrong?
year? What were
because the new estimate.
No, I was talking
about
finance
in
17.
regards
earlier.
to?
Oh, and it's what, 12 here?
16.
16?
right,
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
4 million to the police.
No, that'll
She was
get-
saying that
Yeah, it's gonna be worse when it gets here.
because in the pension,
Yeah, sure.
That's why
I'm
it
just
looked
waiting on
like
Frank to get a couple more copies.
that they're getting,
I'd like people
but
to
it's
stop saying that
because
this
of
is
the
our
obligation that
budget.
we have in the
And
pension.
the perception is
You know what I
that's
mean,
what's
in their
happening.
overtime
And we
and stuff like
all
that there.
have to
So it's
emphasize,
not
this
like
is not our
we're
budget, because we
just
have not
not
voted on our
looking at
budget.
you on some of it's obligation.
You're absolutely right.
Because of the pension.
That's why we gotta do it.
Yeah.
But we're, yeah. All right, hey, guys. Councilwoman Herron would like to make a point which is quite valid.
Every time I hear people talking, this is not our budget. We as council have to emphasize, this is not our budget. This is what the mayor proposed. Right now, we haven't even gotten our numbers, so perceive it, and when you're talking to your constituent, even on Facebook, this is not our budget. We did not put any of these numbers in here. That's what has to be emphasized. We are working on a budget currently. That's why when we got, bombarded the other day, it was you guys, and this is your budget, you put this in. That is not out, we have to get out of the mindset of like, oh, we put $4 million, we put $5 million. No, we did not put anything in this yet. So please, emphasize to your people out there, this is the mayor's budget, proposed budget. Because we don't have to vote on this at all.
I think you're right, and I'll blame myself because as a budget co-chair, because whenever we have people coming, I should have said to them, this is the mayor's proposed budget, committee's looking through it to make changes, and that's something we should do, because they really think this is our budget.
And through the chairs, that you can say that, and you can say that at every meeting, but it's still perceived that it's our budget, because.
They still need to hear it, they still
Yeah.
need to hear
Yeah,
it.
they
You
still
just
need
have
to
to
hear it.
reinforce that.
Essentially, it is
Yeah.
ours collectively, but
Right.
Then it's
it's,
you, Mr. Mayor, like,
it's not what we're gonna.
I think the thing is with that, like Amy Marie says, people put it out there,
That's
and
right.
they do listening sessions, and sometimes the elected officials show up at those listening sessions and don't correct them either.
That's right.
And the Board of Ed does it also, because they send the notices to the parents stating such, and,
Right.
this is the city has to do this, and the city has to do that, because they've got their book there.
And they
So, and then
consider
the public has to know that they have the right to come and listen and see what we're doing.
Public facilities, garbage, street sweeping, throw all that out.
Yeah.
And then we lay off our
Should buy,
public facilities.
buy
department,
brooms for all the buildings.
we lay off police.
And y'all wanna get rid of the police, then when y'all get in trouble and
We can
call
close a
them and
couple
they
of
don't come,
firehouses.
that's
And
on
then when a
you.
fire happens, then, and you have nobody to come, you,
See, what they don't understand, I think the public doesn't understand that if the only thing we were responsible of doing is for education, and we didn't have to worry about police, fire, sanitation, all the other things, garbage, parks, they don't understand that part.
We could rate the park stickers to $30.
That's right.
Sometimes.
They don't understand that if all we had to do was be worried about the school, that would be an easy job.
yeah, right.
Right?
Maybe.
That'd be easy.
That could be a fine line there too, but yeah.
But I'm saying,
But,
that would be easy.
Yeah.
People also need to know what services they do receive from the
That's
city of
something they
Bridgeport.
don't.
People will say, I don't get anything from the city. Well, you get a
Yes,
lot
you
from the
do.
city.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
get a
Yeah,
lot.
garbage,
and-
yeah,
facilities,
that's right.
they do a lot.
You do.
Well,
You
depends
get
who you talk
fired.
to,
Well,
right?
Right.
if you have a fire in your house, the fire department's gonna be there.
Amen.
If you get robbed or your car gets broken into, the police are
Yeah,
gonna
those
be
are all
there.
services, and you're not paying
Your
extra
trash,
for those.
And-
your
and
trash.
your- and the garbage get picked up every
Street,
week,
yeah.
too, you know?
All essential services.
And guess what? The biggest one, let it snow and you don't move the snow.
Well,
Okay.
I never see them ticket.
Long live
Jasper.
Jasper.
I don't ever get any more.
Well, like
Well,
Jasper
we-
McCreevy said, what?
No, that,
The Lord
no,
put it
no,
there.
no,
he never
the
said
Lord
that.
took it away.
He never said that.
Who
Nah,
said
don't
He
let truth get in the way of a good story.
He never said that, just the same as P.T. Barnum never said, there's a sucker born every day. Those were just,
Soccer born every minute.
Who made
Every
that?
minute.
Who made that up? Because it stuck to him. It stuck
PT
to
made
him.
it up.
P.T. Barnum wasn't lying.
Yeah.
It definitely stuck
He
to
didn't
him.
say
though.
that.
The budget
Okay.
like that.
it's a known fact, he didn't say
Trump said
that.
that.
City services.
No, P.T. Barnum was
And that's, the thing is too, you know, we're saying that, you've got our federal delegation yapping too much, and that should
Is it
make
in
a
your
lot more
budget?
cuts to Connecticut.
Is it in your
New York
budget?
City did it, one, remember?
Yeah, that's in the budget.
Remember when New York City did it?
That you didn't get one.
Yes, I did.
Everybody got one of them.
I need to. Thank you so much.
Am I exhibiting this?
I wanna cut city services.
Yeah, I would
Oh,
say,
this
let's
is-
exhibit this as D,
We only open up
right?
3 days.
Okay,
All right,
alright.
I will exhibit
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
the capital plan 2026 revised copy at 05032025D.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ortiz, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, so we have exhibited this item.
Scott, can I ask a quick, before, if we're gonna use this room again, please put the air conditioning on, because
That's a fair
that's why
question.
I'm coughing so much.
Our
Yeah.
AC doesn't work because, the thermometer doesn't work. I've asked for 9 years to get it fixed. It took 10 to get the floors done. Thank God for
So
Ashley.
can we
Okay.
not use this room and
Yeah, we
use somewhere
will.
that we can,
Yeah.
Right.
because that's
Yep.
why I'm coughing like this, because my.
Fair enough.
They use the one across the hall,
Yep.
but the people complain about the one at Wheeler Room too,
That's
so.
fine. Yep. Okay, yes, absolutely. Alright, so Frank, do you wanna just go through any of the changes we got here and then?
Yeah, so I tried to highlight
Sure,
them. So various parks improvements,
Show y'all the changes we made that we're gonna vote on today.
various parks improvements from our discussions, I decreased that by another 1.5. Barnum, I moved 250 out of FY '28 and moved it up to FY '27, so you got 300, 250, 250. Sidewalk, streetscapes, I put another 500,000 in FY '27. Seaside Park Bathhouse renovation and construction, $1 million. And then if you turn the page over, Fairfield Avenue renovation, $1 million in FY '28.
Alright, good. Councilman Newsom?
And we have the understanding that you are going to find 250, I think we got 300, 200.
200.
To move over for the Art Museum to bring it up to $500,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
We agree.
We all agreed to it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that, just do, that would be for FY '26?
Yeah.
Essentially, if they come and they have something where they need the 200,000, then
That's not what we said.
we find
We
those.
said that we said you
Hold
would
it,
find
hold
it, and
it,
you
hold it.
agreed to that. Don't go there.
Oh, you
Don't
starting it?
go
Hold it,
there
hold it,
now.
hold it, hold it.
Don't register.
Listen, listen,
Alright, hang on, one at a time, guys.
listen.
Alright, Frank, go ahead, finish up your thought.
He did.
You done?
Let
Okay.
me finish my thought.
Ernie, sorry.
That's
didn't
not
even-
gonna work. Okay, that's not gonna work for me because not that I don't trust you. I know that you know where the money is. But if I don't see it in right, because sometimes people get amnesia.
Yeah.
And if it's not written down and it's not done, you understand what I'm saying? So, you said it before the council. It's on videotape.
It was voted on.
It was voted on.
We said let the record reflect.
That's right.
So let the record reflect. And we've got monies that, that we haven't spent, that he could come up with another 200,000
By Monday.
by Monday to give to, that's what it is.
Sundown Monday.
For
by
the Bar Museum.
Now we're going back
But
to
we-
5 million, remember?
Yeah, no, but they are gonna, we can't just give them a blank check,
No, we know.
you know, like,
Just identify the funds.
okay, alrighty, no problem.
Okay.
I don't know, we gotta watch him, because now that color is coming out.
You heard the other department heads.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, yeah, Anne Marie?
Okay, Kathy Marr, Executive Director of Barnum Museum, will be notifying the two co-chairs when to just
Come be
make
with
a
us.
discussion of that, and hopefully that. Now, just on this, because again, I had to step out, you have 300 for this year proposed, so the 27, you have the 250. So we're gonna keep that in there, but still add the 250 in the 26, 20, 25, 26.
200.
No, come on now, it's gonna be 200.
Okay, I'm just trying because
Old
again,
money, old money.
I'm just trying
Look, I
to get,
took me-
because the city is
Game like
far
that.
behind of their obligations to contribute.
But it took me,
Yeah, I know, but I
listen,
wasn't here, so I'm just verifying
it
this.
took me
is
5 hours
5 hours.
to get them to agree on the 200, because we did some drastic things, 1.5, for 30 years, until they found the money that we
Okay,
needed.
so are we gonna put it at 26 before we vote on this?
No. No, it's gonna be old money that Frank is gonna
Right.
identify.
He's gonna
Because
identify it.
this we can link exactly, so when it goes to bond market, council, that they know what this is for,
That's
for
right.
300.
That's right,
Right now, we don't know what the other 200 would be.
until he tells
There's
us.
needs, but it's too broad.
But he's gonna bring it to us on Monday.
Yeah.
On where it's coming from to be added. So that's,
Yep.
we did our job.
Can I just that we have the mindset that we wanna get that facility open, so that's why we're requesting her to come in.
That's right.
And then we may have to bond for larger amounts, cause I said, let's give it all, because not opening this facility
Oh, I know.
and waiting another 30 years, I want my grandson to see the building. So it's like, and it'll be cost effective to us too, it'll make money. Right now, it's sitting
And
dormant.
you can go back and get, excerpts from the contract that the city has, with the Barnum Museum has with the city of Bridgeport, that they are obligated
Well, we
to
know it's our
maintain everything on that.
They should have been, we're the worst slumlords
That's my word.
in America.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Can we vote on
can I
this?
get a motion to
Motion to
approve
approve as
Exhibit
amended.
0503 2025D, motion from Heron, second from
It's
Ortiz.
not amended,
Oh,
it's
no,
not
it's not. It's
amended now,
just a
this is a
regular
regular
Yeah,
one.
this is Exhibit D, which is our 5-year capital plan. It's been moved and been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Not at this time.
It's
Till
unanimous.
Monday.
All right, so this will go from the floor Monday to the full council to vote on. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Kathleen.
Motion
Thank
to
you,
adjourn.
committee. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're done. Thank you,
We
everyone.
do have a meeting on Monday at 5:15, correct?
Yes.
It's on the calendar.
Yeah,
Make sure, yeah.
and you all know, we have a emergency meeting
You got a big dot.
at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock or 5:15?
5,